And the question is, what color is Mars sunset? 215-263 WMMR. Casey, all my phone lines just cracked
hang
on the board. So
I'm going to retake the board real quick.
Take it.
This is going to take a moment or two to reset this so that we have the ability to answer the phones. Thank you, Casey.
You're
all right,
welcome.
we will go to Mike for the answer. Yo, Mike, good morning.
You guys are out of this world.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And it's apropos for this question. What color is Mars sunset, sir?
I got the blues.
Yes, he is correct. It is blue. Hang on, Mike. We're going to set you up, bud. Got you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Seafood specialties take the spotlight of Bonefish Grill with Angler's Catch, returning every Friday, starring tempura-styled, hand-battered crispy cod and panko-battered jumbo shrimp. Or you can try the seasonal Rockefeller butterfish or the Baja scallops and shrimp scampi pasta. And you can visit bonefishgrill.com. It is really cool. If you've never seen the pictures of Mars sunset, it's blue. It's really, really awesome.
It's wild.
All right. I don't know if you guys are excited, but the Kardashians trailer came out yesterday.
I watched it.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Blew me away.
Yeah, Kathy heard my commentary.
Oh, that was, I hate them? Or
I hate these people.
I hate these people.
I just hate them. But there's a lot of buzz surrounding the trailer, and E! News reports the new footage shows Courtney and Travis saying wanting to have a baby together.
Mm-hmm.
The trailer also features a clip of Khloe telling her ex Tristan, trust takes time. And finally, Kim and Pete Davidson's relationship is hinted at, as Kris Jenner says, this is a relationship that I don't think anyone saw coming.
It's complicated.
And speaking of Kim and Kanye, the drama continues. On Monday, Kanye posted a photo of their 8-year-old daughter North's backpack to Instagram, which featured pins of her parents' faces and an alien head pin between them. The Donda creator captioned the post, "This was on my daughter's backpack when I was allowed to see her last week. This is why I go so hard for my family. I am wired to protect my family at all costs.
Yeah.
As the priest of my home, don't worry, Northie, God is still alive." Okay. Kardashian decided to weigh in with a since-deleted comment. She had written, "Please stop with this narrative. You were just here this morning picking up the kids for school."
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
You were just here.
Yeah.
I think he's out of his mind.
Well, and it's all just a public campaign.
Like, why do that?
It's a public case.
What are you doing?
Because we know for a fact that he has issues. He's bipolar. He has a lot going on.
Yeah.
And I think what he has is a whole team of yes men around him who aren't saying, dude.
Yeah.
You saw what happened it was on the street. Somebody came up, or he went up to somebody, punched them, and his handler's like trying to pull him away, and she can't control him. It's like he's got this going on, and it's not going to stop until someone says, you really need to get some help.
Yeah, and somebody like that might also need to feed this
right.
this animal with praise from the public or whatever.
But he
it is,
said
you know what I mean?
he knows he has a problem, and he has to tend to it.
Her response comes just days after West had posted a video, quote, calling out Kim for letting North use TikTok, and texts between West and Pete Davidson were made public. So,
was the alien picture of Alf?
No, it was like your standard little green man.
It looks like Belzon a little bit.
Yeah, it looks a lot like Belzon. So I didn't know Belzon, our resident alien, was involved in the family. But
it does look like Belzon.
Maybe the case. All right, so let's see what else we have here for you. We'll stick with this general region for a moment. Pete Davidson is definitely headed to space. There were rumors that this might happen.
It blows my mind.
But he is among the 6 passengers on the next launch of Jeff Bezos' space travel venture, Blue Origin.
Well, they're going to have to remake the right stuff now.
They announced it yesterday. So the launch is scheduled for March 23rd. It's so funny because these particular, suborbital flights, you don't really need like a lot of training or anything like that. They can say, all right, we'll send you up to space next week.
It's comparable to the instructions you get while taking a flight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a quick
That's
ride.
basically
You just
it,
need
yeah.
to know the safety instructions.
Right.
You're not going to
There's
be
the exit.
no experiments. You're not going to have to go manual or anything like that.
Right.
So the launch is scheduled for March 23rd, and Davidson will be the third celebrity on a Blue Origin flight.
This one kind of pisses me off a little bit. Them people rank a little higher than Pete Davidson on the I get to go to space list.
Maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, or
come on.
What about people like he had that female astronaut who was bumped from the program decades ago?
Right.
Do stuff like that.
Yeah. So
Not Pete Davidson.
William Shatner
Tim Meadows.
was on flight in October. Michael Strahan flew in December. The other passengers on next week's flight are CEO and investor Marty Allen, Sharon and Mark Hagel, teacher and entrepreneur Jim Kitchen and George Neild.
And Courtney Stott.
No, and former NASA.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
George Neild is a former NASA manager who has worked to
My
promote
implants are expanding.
commercial space flight. Things are even bigger. Oh, my God.
What this really now has become is basically an amusement park ride for the uber wealthy.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it on that, Steve. Yep. All right, I'm sure everyone saw this yesterday, but it's definitely worth speaking about. Dolly Parton has withdrawn her name from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ballot. While inductees aren't scheduled to be announced until spring, Dolly didn't feel that she was worthy. Made the announcement online. She told fans that she was extremely flattered and grateful to be nominated, but didn't feel that she had earned that right. She wrote, I do hope the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will understand and be willing to consider me again if I'm ever worthy. This has, however, inspired me to put out a hopefully great rock and roll album at some point in the future.
I bet she could do it.
Which I've always wanted to do. So she just feels that she doesn't quite qualify for that. And I think that's totally admirable because it opens up for someone who she might feel is more deserving of that.
Yeah, but there's
It's
so
great.
many other people in there. Like, her name should be.
Well,
I know,
Donna
but
Summer.
Yeah.
Donna Summer's in
I
it.
think she's kind of making a statement going,
Yeah.
you know,
I guess she
maybe you guys ought to think about that. I think it's great. And plus, listen, her name is going to live on.
Yeah.
With all of the other
Right.
Hall of Fame accolades she has.
She's not going to fall into
This one-
anonymity.
Yeah, she's her legacy is solidified.
Though, if you talk about just on a basic level, no one had a problem with this. I mean, they were
Totally.
when you're talking like, listen, Donna Summer was talented, obviously, but there are a lot of people going, what?
Rock and roll.
Madonna, what?
Yeah. I'm with you.
So she's taking the stand, and it's a very nice way that she's doing it.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. So she continues to be just a lovely human being. Speaking of lovely human being, Benedict Cumberbatch has said that he hopes to take part in a government scheme to offer Ukrainian refugees a place to live, like actually coming into your home and living with you. The Homes for Ukraine initiative will allow members of the public, charities, businesses, and community groups to offer accommodation to refugees who don't have family ties.
The towels are in this closet.
Cumberbatch said it is a really shocking time to be a European, 2.5 hours flight from Ukraine, and it's something that hangs over us. He was saying this at the BAFTAs on Sunday night. He was wearing a round badge with the blue and yellow of the Ukrainian flag, and he said, we all need to do more than wear a badge. We need to donate. We need to pressure our politicians, continue to create some kind of refugee safety and a haven for people here who are suffering. He said everyone needs to do as much as they can. There's been a record number of people volunteering to take people into their homes, and I hope to be a part of that myself. So that's pretty cool if he walks the walk on that. Jussie Smollett's team is afraid that the actor might be harmed in prison, so they're asking for his release pending his appeal. Jussie's attorney says that his family has been receiving harassing calls and messages, and it has them afraid for Jussie's life.
Since when has prison been dangerous?
Right? The family provided a video of a threatening call they received from a stranger who disguised their voice and sharing what they believe should happen to Jussie behind bars. The family also suggested that Jussie is at a higher risk of catching COVID due to having a compromised immune system.
You need a Morgan Freeman type character to help him through the system there.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, show him the way.
Yeah, me is one fine month.
And get him something from time to time. But I think he kind of laid the groundwork when he was at the at the hearing and saying, you know, if something happens to me, I'm not suicidal.
I've been targeted.
And so they're now trying to use that as part of a campaign to get him a lesser sentence or maybe preferential treatment. I'm not sure. I thought this was a fun story. Tom Hanks has apologized to actor Connor Ratliff, more than 2 decades after he allegedly fired him from Band of Brothers for having, quote, dead eyes.
I checked this out. This guy's podcast is basically all. It's basic. I think it's called Dead Eyes, right? His podcast?
Yes, that's what he ended up naming it. So Ratliff, who currently stars in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, claims that he was fired from a small role in the 2001 HBO miniseries just before filming commenced, and he was replaced at the last minute. He has been attempting to get to the bottom of Hanks's reasoning ever since, and the story even inspired, like Steve was saying, the name of his podcast, which is Dead Eyes, which has featured guests including Seth Rogen, John Hamm, and Hanks' own son, Colin Hanks. In an unexpected move, Ratliff has now managed to secure the man himself as a guest for the season 3 finale. And during the episode this past Thursday of his podcast, Ratliff recounted the story of auditioning for the military drama at 24 years old. However, Hanks initially said, not a single moment of this rings a bell. Hanks added, this is a bone-chilling story, just bone-chilling. He said he took full responsibility for his actions. He said this was, without a doubt, the act of the director, and that was me. And he said there was something stuck in a craw or one of those very, very subtle sort of decisions that aims the story in the direction you want it to go. He said in the inner sanctum of whatever this casting session was on Band of Brothers, I'm sure I said, I don't know this man. That guy's got dead eyes. I could have said, he's got too blonde hair or he's too tall. I can't have the aide to be taller than Captain Winters. He said, I could have said he's too short and slight. I could have said any of these things, and they would have been true, and they would have been the opinion. But Ratliff said he understood how Hanks might find it difficult to remember the remark, but said that it was very big of him at the time.
It is a cool move.
Yeah, he said, I built this thing up so big, and then it was just gone. Hank said that he was aghast after finding out about the podcast's name from his son Colin and daughter Elizabeth. He said, I actually got chilled. My heart rate skyrocketed, and I said, I did what? So,
and he points out, he says, had he have gotten that small role on Band of Brothers, he wouldn't be sitting down to an hour interview, more than likely, with Tom Hanks.
Right.
So everything fell in the right way. And then I forget someone was interviewing him, and they said, well, hopefully the guy who got the role didn't, amount to much. He goes, no, he did great.
Yep. Let's see. Tom Brady is back in business, and despite announcing his retirement, of course, he revealed that he is returning to the field for another season with Tampa. The women in his life are sharing their support now. On the Instagram post in which he announced his return, Brady's wife, Gisele Bundchen, commented, here we go again. Let's go, lovey. Let's go, Bucks, along with a fire emoji. Meanwhile, his ex, Bridget Moynihan, also cheered him on with a post of her own.
They've come a long way.
They sure have, man. She was pregnant with his kid when he ditched her.
She shared a screenshot of a CNN article announcing the big news. Moynihan wrote, thank God. I had no idea what I was going to do with my Sundays. Congratulations, Tom. I'm so proud of you.
Did you see the story about what this will mean to their? So there was a football that a guy bought, which is the last football that Tom Brady played with. And as Nick, if you can check, I think it was either $500,000 or whatever.
$500,000.
$500,000 worth. They're saying now that football is probably worth around $50,000.
Oh, my God.
I feel like the guy was so excited, and then he sees the announcement, and he's like, oh.
Lucky to get
Question, how did he get the ball? Do we know? Did he buy it?
He bought it. He bought it for $518,000.
And you think those memorabilia never depreciate.
I got it.
Never depreciate.
Which, by the way, I have a whole thing with this. Is he never actually announced his retirement. The post that he put out never once mentioned retirement.
Oh, really?
No. And so when I saw this, I was like, yeah, no kidding. And everybody went crazy about it. But he never actually used the words retirement.
Not specifically.
No.
Well, I guess everything seemed to indicate that was his desire because he's talking about being with his...
I think I asked on the show, I'm like, so is he done or what?
Right. It was very vague and people and remember he I guess they announced that he was retiring and then he put that post out and almost was like stomping his feet like, oh, I wanted to announce it. But in that post, he never actually says he's retiring.
That's a good point. But
playing
I mean,
games with us.
This poor bastard spends his money on this football. And now it's not.
Yeah.
It's
that
a
sucks,
fraction
man.
of its value.
Oh, that blows. So is this the official post? So the future is exciting. I am fortunate to have co-founded incredible companies like blah, 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 continue to build and grow. Exactly what my days look like will be a work in progress. As I said earlier, I'm going to take it day by day. I know for sure I want to spend a lot of time giving to others and trying to enrich other people's lives, just as so many have done for me. With much love, appreciation, and gratitude. Tom, yeah, this says nothing about hanging it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
But it does sort of indicate that
right.
direction without overtly stating it. Yeah.
It does, but it doesn't say it. Doesn't say I'm done playing professional football. I'm retired.
I'm retributing.
Wow. People has reported that Bob Saget's family was granted a permanent injunction to block the release of records surrounding his death. The Saget family attorney, Brian Bieber, said in a statement, the entire Saget family is grateful that the judge granted their request for an injunction to preserve Bob's dignity as well as their privacy rights, especially after suffering this unexpected and tragic loss. He added, we are pleased this issue has been resolved and the healing process can continue to move forward. So,
what is it? I mean, it's not like there's anything else there that they're hiding, right?
No,
not
but
hiding, but
they don't want him picked over.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Okay.
it. Yeah. And because, listen, there were no witnesses. It's still, somebody might read too much into something and make a thing out of it. You know what I mean?
That's what I read somewhere, like the privacy of what he had with him, like if there was something on like the end table or
it's possible,
like details like that.
I mean, right now the determination is at some point he might have slipped and hit his head on like the counter in the bathroom, significant hit,
Right.
and didn't realize how he had given himself a concussion, and that's what caused all this to happen.
Yeah, and they think maybe he may have been knocked out, and they got up and was like, I need to go lay in bed.
Right.
And you know,
That was it.
just groggy, and that was it. Yep. All right, let's see. This is weird. So TMZ reports that 3 weeks after Matthew Rondo was arrested for domestic violence, he and Shanna Moekler were seen together. I mean, the domestic violence... Like
For both of them.
Yeah. And she had a restraining order, an order of protection against him. They were seen together at Opa Restaurant in Providence, Rhode Island. Eyewitnesses say that they weren't showing any signs of affection. So,
you know,
I don't know what the story is.
They should get some
there.
relationship advice from Ronnie Magro case from Jersey Shore. He really knows how to.
Oh God.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Remember him being brought out of his house on a gurney?
Yes.
But the last time I heard her name in this segment, it was really bad.
Yeah. So I don't know if this was like a meeting of sorts.
Okay.
You know what I mean? To hash things out, or if they're working things out,
I mean, you
which
can do
is
that over Zoom too. And,
That's true. That's true. Yep. Let's see. People reports that Billie Lourd and Austin Rydell got hitched in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico.
Billie Lourd is Carrie Fisher's daughter.
She's from American Horror Story. Her co-star Leslie Grossman posted on her Instagram story on Sunday, Billie and Austin's wedding weekend is over, which is so sad.
Nothing is over.
Oh, God.
I'm your wedding planner. I tell you, nothing is over.
You're the wedding planner?
Yeah. You like your flower arrangement? The cake tasting today at 2:00. Be there.
I understand they had like doves and flowers.
No flowers, everything.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Electric slide. We're doing it all.
Rambo, wedding planner. Oh, my God. All right, so she said Billie and Austin's wedding weekend is over, which is so sad because it was the most fun. But I won Best Dressed, and I got, and I may have bribed the judges. I may have done whatever I needed to do to get this trophy, but I got it. Lord and Rydell got engaged of June 2020 and welcomed their first child, Kingston Fisher, later that year.
Her character in American Horror Story was so great. She's super talented, and she's obviously ends up in the Star Wars films as well. But I think she's got a good career ahead of her.
All right, two more quick things. Betty White fans apparently have a bone to pick with the British Academy Film Award, the BAFTAs, which aired on Sunday. She was missing from the In Memoriam segment.
There's always somebody left out.
Yep, that's a big one, though.
Yeah.
Of course, that features actors who died in the past year. One Twitter user wrote, how come Betty White wasn't mentioned in Memoriam? She died on the 31st of December, 2021. Oh, so she was right She was within that year, right on the edge here. So,
is it only 2021 deaths?
I don't know.
You left Betty White out of your in memoriam thing. I'm coming for you.
Don't you have a wedding to plan?
I can spit and chew gum. Or walk and comb my hair. Whatever it is.
I guess.
What? What they want.
Which is what you want. When I wanted you.
Maybe it's not a calendar year case.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably off on that. So fans noted that Helen McCrory, I'm sorry,
Yes.
was also missing from the segment. I don't know who Helen.
She's from Harry Potter, is she not?
Yeah, she's Malfoy's mom.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah.
she's also somebody's wife, somebody famous.
From Donovan?
Ray Donovan?
No.
From Billions, Damian Lewis.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I do
It's like
remember
a
that.
Billions.
Okay, so she was left out as well. It's like a Billions.
You're on Billions. You should have done something. I'm coming for you, too. So I got the BAFTAs at 1. I can pencil you in at 3.
Ooh, you think you have enough time?
I'm stacking up. I got to bump you to Wednesday.
All right. And then one last story. ABC's beloved new comedy, Abbott Elementary, will be back for a second season. In a note posted on Instagram on Monday, Principal Coleman writes, the camera crew that I have hired to showcase all that I've made happen at our beautiful school thinks I'm a star. I mean, are we surprised? No, we're not. With that said, it's a great pleasure that I share that we'll be returning for the 2022-2023 school year. That's right. Abbott Elementary Season 2 is coming to a screen near you.
It's a good show. It's funny. It's heartwarming. As you noted, it's in sort of the office type presentation.
Yes.
Where people are talking to the camera. It's not everybody's cup of tea. But like the Inquirer today has like 6 separate articles on the show.
Yeah, it seems like the people who love it love
Yeah.
it. So, and it's here in Philly. It takes place here, so I love that. Seeing the spotlight on the town. So, all right, we're ready for clips. Let's get them. The outfit follows Leonard, a tailor who used to craft suits on London's famous Savile Row, and now works exclusively for a family of vicious mobsters. And here, Zoe Deutsch talks about their unique style of filming. Their unique style of filming. Their unique style of filming.
For some reason, this says inactive, requested, source.
Casey's talking about
I'm coming for you.
Hang on.
Putting you in at 4 o'clock.
You're gonna have to give me a second there.
Rambo engineer.
Cut that down.
Okay,
Here, why
okay.
don't
What
you
am I
guys-
doing?
Wait, you're gonna put this down. Real quick.
Where's the Zoe Deutsch clip?
You guys are gonna have to just vamp. For a
I'm waiting for a clip.
This is really.
You know who her mom is?
Who's her mom?
Leah Thompson.
Okay.
Oh, she's great. Yeah, she's awesome.
Leah Thompson of Back to the Future fame.
Yeah.
Yes, she was also in Zombieland Double Tap.
Zoe Deutsch was?
Yes.
Okay.
Very talented and looks a bit like her mom.
Well, I can actually just read her clip if you want.
You can read a little bit of it. Yeah.
All right. So, or no, I don't.
You got, like, the
no,
last
I have.
words.
I have the out cue, which says very few people who have.
Well, I think we get the general gist of what she's saying.
She said it all.
Yeah, very few people who have.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that it means a lot.
So Casey's
Coming from Zoe, Steve. Yeah.
Casey's here working on the mixing console, the board,
I'm
and
coming for you. It's about 4 o'clock.
And-
I'm coming from across town, so 4:15.
and he's trying to.
Yeah, I don't even see. So this thing's called a Vox Pro. I don't see it on the list of things that I can.
Do you think when the phones went down, we had sort of a rolling
Yeah, you retook
issue?
the board. Try retaking it again, maybe.
Retake it.
Yeah. Take it.
Retake the board. Get us back on the air. Dead air, nothing. It's the bane of radio broadcasting.
Yes.
I don't know why this happened.
Get us back on the air. Rambo, program director. I love it.
I don't know what hell.
You're the third leg of the stool. Stop going for low-hanging fruit. What are you, some kind of homyuncle?
At this
You know
point,
what? It's not even
doesn't it
important.
matter?
It doesn't
No,
matter.
let's-
It's
who cares?
Not sponsored. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, okay.
All right, we don't have the Vox Pro right now. Some chick said something about this thing that we don't watch, and then there's another thing with another guy about this mayor show with Sam
There we
from
go.
Cheers.
Okay.
Whatever that guy's name is.
Sam
Ted
from
Danson.
Cheers.
Ted Dancing?
Yeah.
Ted Dancing?
Mr. Mayor follows a retired businessman who returns from mayor of Los Angeles, runs for mayor of Los Angeles to prove he's still got it. In this clip, it's Holly Hunter. That's too bad. I would like to hear that. Talks about she was looking for in the script. But the out cue is next level of great.
Next level of great. I bet she's talking about Ted Danson.
Yep. So season 2 of Mr. Mayor premieres tonight on NBC. Wow. All right. Well, we got to wait.
What?
It's on.
Ooh.
Well, I see it running.
No,
but
I'm
it's just
moving
not,
it, but it's just not a sign.
It's not coming through on the channel. Okay, that's all right. Well, we'll do what we can. We'll work on this and see if we can get it to work in a little bit. But there you go. Sorry that we've left you without your precious clips.
Well, these two clips might have been just the thing somebody needed to hear today.
I know, and I'm a little hurt by that.
Zoe Deutsch seems very insightful. Could have helped a lot of people.
All right, we're going to have actor Wendell Pierce on the program later on today. We have a chance for you to win a Preston Steve tattoo, so go ahead and text that word tattoo to 39333. It's from Floating World Tattoo in Pearson. We'll give it away by the end of the program. And we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry IV.
The Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got
of both families are delighted
and
with
Ringo.
the news.
What?
Ringo and Betty Hill. Step it up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts, and the
Tallywhacker.
tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
Yeah, it's called hypermesis gravidarum.
right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each
Yeah,
kid.
exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement, as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents.
Seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree? Yeah.
I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and well, getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. This is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just know that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
what is that?
Give me a little
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we've been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Aren't you pulling for him?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel
comes
looks scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more
all right.
calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay.
But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace your
the one trade-off. Yeah.
Mel,
replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. What would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay,
right.
And what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
we should have her.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Yeah, Cheeks is good.
Okay.
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
So
you're
this
doing
is, this
great.
is good. This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at
No,
her.
she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look at? Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, okay, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria crying?
She is.
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to attack.
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for these
and get
guys.
the assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they
No,
show
they're
up.
awesome. And they're believe it or not, at the camp out a lot of times, kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop. And then when they start talking, it's all right.
Okay, all right. I think we're making strides
think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead.
A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Victoria
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them.
No,
come
no,
over.
no. You come over.
You go to the clown. All right,
Here we go.
so we're gonna. A group hug. Look at this.
Wow.
Get a picture of this. This is wonderful.
It worked.
Now that was special. Victoria.
Okay.
All right, Victoria's gonna do it. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry.
No, Mel, you're fine.
All right, so Victoria's getting it. She's actually smiling. And she's closing her eyes at the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. And then Pierre's going to have a chance to win tickets this week. So
That is a good bill. I would call that a good bill.
Yep. Make sure you tune in for your chance to win. Speaking of winning, not going to give these away right now, but just a heads up on this. We are going to have a catered suite at the Flyers game this Thursday. Claude Giroux's 1,000th game with the team. So this morning, I'm going to give away your opportunity to be in that suite. A few of us from the show is going to be there. I'm not sure who all's going to be able to make it, but we'll make sure that we have some Preston and Steve Show representation there. But we haven't done something like this in a while. Things are starting to open up a little, even more, and now we can kind of start to get back into more normal mode, have little get-togethers from time to time, and we're very much looking forward to that. And this is a big deal, man. Claude Giroux, he's an amazing person. So we'll have your chance to win that. Listen up for that in a little while. I have noticed a few things that I thought might be worth sharing this morning.
It's the return of the noticer. He keeps noticing so you don't have to. Across an empty field, down a lonely alley, his head on a pivot. He sees things you can't even recognize, and he is the imparter of all the information. He started in a small log cabin. No.
I'm going to start with something I've never heard before. Goblin mode.
Goblin mode.
Yes.
I just heard that recently.
Yeah, so I read of this first thing this morning, but I'm always the last to find these things out. But The Guardian reports that apparently the term embraces the comforts of depravity. Think spending the day in bed watching trashy TV shows while eating junk food. And it's notable that the internet says the mode can be switched on or off, so you can just go into Goblin mode, they're calling it.
And so we're not talking about a traditional goblin creature. Are we meaning to gobble up things?
I guess that's what I couldn't put my finger on why it was called Goblin mode, but that
Not
might
like the
be
Green
it.
Goblin.
So, first appearing on Twitter as early as 2009, Google Trends says the phrase started to rise in popularity in early February of 2009 and spiked, or maybe it was this year, and spiked after a doctored headline attributed to a quote with the phrase to Kanye West's muse it girl of the moment, Julia Fox.
What the hell does that mean?
Later stated the headline was fake, so I don't know.
So she had this viral video that came out a couple weeks ago, and it was she goes uncut jams, and then this became this viral thing that lasted as long as they last these days, which is about a week.
Is that her one and only credit?
No, she's been in a few things, but and then actually she was featured in the New York Times or the Times Magazine recently as well. But the uncut jams thing, which it was a really funny viral clip, and then a lot of people started making fun of that, and then the people that were making fun of that were also really funny. So I enjoyed it for as long as it lasted. But that's sort of where all this started.
But hers wasn't funny. She was being serious. She was in an interview and she was talking, and that's how she. That's how she was speaking. So people went, and
when I
started
was his
making fun of
muse
her.
on Uncut Jams.
I'm watching Inventing Anna right now.
Yes,
the Anna Delvey
We're
show,
watching it
thing.
too, yeah.
And so she talks like that. She's got this fake, more
Euro trash accent
in between Russian and German thing, and it drives me crazy, Steve. I can't stand it. I can't stand that accent.
I had a hard time at first because I'm used to seeing her in Ozark, and I almost heard a little bit of the Ozark accent in that, and I'm like, this is terrible. This sounds terrible. But if you hear the real girl
Anna
speak,
Delvey
she did a good job.
Chloe Feynman on SNL did a spot-on impression of that dialect or that faux thing that she created, Preston, on SNL. It was hilarious.
So the hashtag on TikTok, the hashtag Goblin Mode is put on videos that show a variety of videos from, quote, hoarding weird S in case you run out, and, quote, not taking your meds, to videos of women wearing no makeup and mismatched clothing.
This is
dumb.
Noticer, I'm confused.
I know. The trend, I am too. The noticer is confused as well. The trend represents a departure from the hyper-curated cottagecore influence of early pandemic days.
What?
It's another language.
Cottagecore?
I don't speak
We were
it.
just talking about caging a few minutes ago.
Which thrived then, which many people assumed would only be a few boring weeks at home. With the pandemic now beginning in its third year, it's understandable people might be done with curating their online image.
What we used to just simply call killing idle time, has become, now everything has to be labeled and classified, much like the noticer.
Yeah. By the way, Steve just mentioned caging,
right?
Which is something I wasn't familiar with, but apparently it was back in the 2000s. It was a trend for a little while to cage people.
There are a couple of iconic Nicolas Cage pictures, and so you would pepper people's offices or doors,
make copies of them
on the underside of a toilet lid,
right?
And it was Nicolas Cage in a freak out picture, and it was all the rage. It totally missed me.
Yeah, we didn't. I don't remember ever getting caged.
No.
Or seeing anybody get caged.
Nope.
Nicolas Cage made a very, very short appearance in that Ryan Reynolds movie, the Adam Project.
Oh yeah,
he did.
Yeah,
I watched it,
but not really.
Oh,
did you see? All right, so when when the Incredible Hulk was teaching class, he says to one of the students,
Ruffalo.
Yeah,
Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah. When he says to a student, "Oh, I finally got understand your shirt."
Yes.
The girl has a shirt with Nicolas Cage's picture on it, and underneath of it, it says John Travolta, because they were in Face Off
Yes,
together.
right.
And so
I didn't get that joke until just now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks.
All right.
There's that classic footage of him, and she was talking about memes, Preston, of him in Con Air, where his hair is blowing back,
Yes. Yeah.
and people use their hair dryers.
Yep, it's great. It's great. All right, so Goblin mode. Apparently, you can go into Goblin mode. It just means
Chilling out.
Yeah, or being decadent.
I don't get it.
Yeah, so whatever, man. I just never
Low-hanging fruit.
heard the term Goblin mode before.
All right, this one will be better, Noticer.
Yes, I do think this will be much better. So if there is a task that you must do that you dread doing, you should just try doing it for 3 minutes. This is an interesting concept. Psychologist Dr. Jennifer Weil with Oxford University says, it is all too easy When it's cold and you're watching television, not to want to go out for a run, even when you know it's good for you. But when people are told that they can go for a 3-minute jog and stop if they don't feel the benefit, that can get them out.
Okay, this is interesting. You had something yesterday that I think was similar about how one prioritizes taking care of chores around the house.
15 minutes.
So I would say in this case, like my hiking ritual or my inclement weather ritual, going out and still doing it, that those first few minutes, if you can just get over that hump, and then you commit fully. And that's the one thing. So all of that reticence to do it, you can get past it pretty quickly.
In 3, but I think that's what the 3 minutes. I think that's what it is. You're not going to go out for a Three-minute jog and stop and go home.
Right.
You're going to be like, okay, now I'm out.
I'm good.
I'm going to finish this.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and in fact, it says in a trial, psychologists found that a 20-minute rule was still too daunting because that's kind of a nice number. Okay, I'll just go do it for 20 minutes. But 20 minutes sounds like too much.
3 minutes seems absurdly short.
Yeah, exactly. So they found that 20 minutes is too daunting. But when participants tried 3 minutes, 98% kept going. So the overwhelming amount of people would continue on.
I wonder at what point that begins to peter out. What minute level do people start to go, no.
I don't know. But you do have to convince yourself about the 3-minute thing. So, and here's what I find very interesting about it. The technique has also been found to help with phobias. For example, and I think this is a bad example, asking someone with arachnophobia to hold a spider for 3 minutes.
They can warm up to it.
No, how about 10 seconds? We'll start with that. And it also helps people, I like this though, who are shy, who have social anxiety. If they are advised to go to a party for just 3 minutes, like literally 3 minutes, it might help them slowly over time lose that.
Predicated on the, we've all had the experience. You know, I actually liked it. You know, I went to it. I actually liked it. Now, mind you, there's many times where you say, I went to a party, they made me hold a spider for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But a lot of times you have to, it's funny how you have to set these things up to sort of trick yourself, you know, and to sort of convince yourself and have these conversations. I put stock in this.
Yeah, the trick for me, Steve, and the mantra that I've had in my head for a long time is the hardest part about going to the gym is going to the gym. And once you go, you're like, okay, I'm in. You know, but
that's
like,
it.
It's tricking yourself into saying, all I got to do is find the motivation to get off my ass, get in the car, and go there. And then once you get moving, you're great.
Also, try to remember how you felt when you did it and got it done.
Yeah.
And even if it was a crappy workout, or even if it was a crappy run, or whatever the hell it was, you did it.
Right.
Yeah.
I had a friend who used to go to the parking lot of the gym and call me, and she'd go, I think I'm going to turn around and go home. I'm like, you're there. Go in.
You went to the gym.
You went to the gym. Get out of the car and go in.
But three minutes. Yeah. 3 minutes, right? You go in there and start doing it. You're already you're already on your way out.
Yeah. Somebody recommended in a text, just suck it for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just 3 minutes. That's
You'll warm up.
You do anything for 3 minutes.
Psychologists.
Oh my God.
Psychologists.
What? I can't jump in on it?
Come on, man.
No, I'm just, every now and then, things come out of your mouth that surprise me.
The psychologists say procrastination.
Hope you're having fun back there because I have a stopwatch. We're wrapping it up.
2:58.
Psychologists
Hope
say
it was everything you wanted, Tiger.
that procrastination has become a major source of modern day stress. And when someone tackles a regular task they dread, they quickly realize it's not as bad as they feared it was.
Well, that life is about so much of that.
Good call on this, noticer.
Thank you. I thought this one was better.
But because it is all those things. I do it. My thing is a lot of times I'll be going through the day and I'll just go into what I call robot mode. Like, okay, I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to go do it. Once I start it, and it could be a whole list of things I don't want to freaking do.
Yes.
I did paperwork yesterday, that stuff that I had to handle, work and filling out forms and stuff like that, and I just did it.
Yesterday was a day for me like that, too. Like I had a list of things, and I'm like, and that's big for me, too. Actually writing down a list. If I have it, I have a sense of accomplishment as I go through these things.
I have 2 full pages, and Nick, you've come in the morning, you see me, I put my list out.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, here's what I have to do.
Yeah, it's really helpful. And then literally the action of checking them off, or if you have them on list mode on your iPhone.
Or losing the list helps, too.
Done.
Yeah. I don't know what I did with it.
So anyhow, try the 3 minute rule. If
Just
there's
3 minutes.
something you dread, you may want to go and just promise yourself 3 minutes, and then I can be done with it, and you might go a little bit longer. I like the idea for social anxiety, for trying things, and you never know. The next time it might be 5 minutes, and who knows where that might lead. All right, so anyhow, all right, I noticed another thing, and this I did not expect.
What?
So vinyl outsold CDs in 2020 for the first time since 1991, but a new report shows CD sales are up, and they may soon give vinyl LPs a run for their money. People are starting to re-embrace CDs.
We were just having this conversation. I think, was it you, Nick, who brought up the fact that you don't think you have a CD player in your car?
No, I do. I made sure that I had it because I still like listening to CDs. I like having a physical copy of something, and so for me, personal taste means having things that I can listen to.
Do you guys all have a...
No, I literally just cleaned out a bookcase where I had all CDs, and I got rid of all
What'd you do with them? You throw them out?
Maybe.
Kathy!
What? I don't want them.
She doesn't want them.
Somebody might.
I've considered doing that with DVDs as well. I mean, I'm just like, the last time I used the actual player, I couldn't tell you when that was.
That's funny because I don't care about keeping DVDs at all, but I like having CDs in my collection, and so I don't know what the difference is for me.
What is it that you do appreciate, say, versus digital, listening to music digitally?
There's something tactile about picking up a CD, picking up a vinyl, looking at the album liner, something about that makes me feel like I have a little bit more ownership when it comes to the music.
Kind of an adjusted, basically, Nick, the same sort of thing with a record.
Yeah.
It's just a modification of that.
Yeah,
right?
and I guess with with DVDs, with movies, I just don't care as much about reading the liner notes, or I can get the credits or things that I want from watching it via streaming, or how many different versions of Star Wars do I need to own? Because I also subscribe to Disney Plus.
It's also a big time commitment when you take a DVD out of the box.
I know.
And put it in the player. Like, okay, man, I'm really committing to this.
Yeah.
I'm Press. I'm with you. I have hundreds of DVDs that I'm not going to give them away. I'm going to sell them, and I almost feel like saying,
you're going to sell them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a community-wide yard sale. I'm going to put all the DVDs in a box, and there's going to be a price. And
a blanket price on that.
Either you take them all or you take them none.
I like that.
Yeah.
Or you take them none?
Yes.
Yeah.
But hold on. This is a serious
Is
question.
this price for them all or for them none?
Do you think anyone is actually going to pay you for CDs?
Yeah,
for DVDs.
What happens is there's still the amount. There's just an article about a guy who has reels of film. A local guy who's got who buys these antiquated old reels of actual deteriorating film. And that's the thing that he's into. So
and some people are behind technologically. My mom and sister would prefer to watch DVDs for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Actually, I just remembered that my brother, he has all of the Disney movies on DVD. He collects them. He kind of has a bookshelf of those lined up. So but yeah, so I guess somebody like that maybe would purchase.
I have a pretty large collection of Blu-rays. I love Blu-rays, and a lot of the stuff that I collect for are the additional features that you'll find on those things. So I keep. I don't really collect DVDs, but I can see, Preston, for a while the cassette was coming back again.
Sure.
I think it'll kind of is cyclical.
Here's an interesting text that says, physical media is king, digital blows. You don't own any of that BS.
That's true.
That's an interesting thing. If you are really concerned about ownership, then maybe some people might consider that as important because digitally, no. Those movies that you download and everything, you don't really own them per se.
Yeah.
I wasn't a Movies Unlimited guy until recently. Like when you get a Blu-ray, a lot of times it'll be Blu-ray, DVD, and digital.
Right.
And so last summer, I went through all of my Blu-rays that had those digitals. I took all of those little codes out of the boxes. And you talk about that 3-minute rule. I need to just give it 3 minutes because I have a bag of those things. I just need to go to the website and start putting all those codes in.
Yeah.
Well, they have things. It is funny. It shows you how what the cost is for them to do this stuff. Because I have a number of them that are 4K, 3D, DVD, and streaming all in one box.
Going back to the CDs, which is how we got started, because CDs are returning. Sales outsold vinyl. Is I do appreciate a track listing of an album where things need to go in a specific order, or two songs that should be played back to back no matter what.
Or that you're just used to. Yeah, you're used to hearing them that way. I agree.
Yeah.
A lot of times you can't get that.
Right.
If you're just randomly streaming.
And have you guys noticed that sometimes when you're listening to something digitally, whether it be on your phone or whatever, that if there's a long title, you can't find out what the entire title is.
Right. In the
Because it won't display.
It won't display. It won't scroll, and it should. It should absolutely scroll. By the way, my mom 2 days ago bought a new boombox because she wanted to listen to her Irish CDs on St. Patty's Day.
Okay.
And so I go downstairs.
She bought a boombox?
So not only
She holding it up on her shoulder?
So she gets the boombox. It's a smaller boombox, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I come downstairs and she's looking for batteries. Okay. Why are you putting batteries into this thing that you're going to plug into the wall anyway? Like, it's adorable.
Oh, she's out on the street.
Let's take it outside.
Yeah.
Does your mom still
by the way,
GNR?
Yes, loves GNR.
By the way, let's reminisce a little bit about back in the day where you would take a gigantic boombox, put it on one shoulder, hold it directly next to your ear, and turn it up as loud as it would go.
My memory of that.
It's insane to think of that.
And I've told this story on the air before, but there was a guy that he went to my swim club. He lived. Like you could see his house from the diving boards. He walked from his house with a boombox, and he was listening to Pour Some Sugar on Me, and he was getting all hyped up because he was going to do a triple. Okay, he was going to do 3 flips off of the high dive. He puts the boombox down on the bench. He goes up onto the high dive. 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then slaps on his back. Just. He gets up and then he grabs his boombox and just walks away. That is my favorite boombox memory of my entire life.
This has been Boombox Memories with Casey Foster.
I want to hear your boombox memory.
So that was his.
I am host of Boombox Memories.
That was his walk-off, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Let me go. Hang on a second here. We're going to go to Patrick real quick. Hey, Patrick, good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Patrick. What's up, man?
Hey, not much. Patrick from Amity Township. Casey and I ran into each other a couple times down at the camp out when you guys had the lunch wagon.
Patrick, were you ever a guest on Boombox Memories?
Yes.
All right,
Hey,
you wanted to mention something about selling the DVDs.
Yeah, so my brother bought a locker, one of them storage units, and we had 4,500 of them in this storage unit. I ended up going to a couple of the yard sales or local flea market things, ended up selling them for 25 cents a piece. That's the best the guy would do.
For 3,000 of them you sold?
There was 4,500 of them. I sold about 1,000 at the couple flea markets.
About 1,000.
And some other
All right.
places.
And you sold them one at a time, or you just sold the box of them?
So I tried to do 5 for $1 or, something like that. And some people came up, grabbed. Some guy came up and said, look, I'll take what you have left. We counted them out. There was close to 3,000. He gave me 25 cents a piece for them.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because for me, it's like, listen, you will get, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but you also got to take Scorpion King 3, you know?
All right. All right, Patrick, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, you guys have to rock.
Thank you, man.
Have a good one. Marissa had jotted down a note that said some hospitals and libraries will accept DVD donations. So a library might be
perfect, yes.
as well. And hospitals for people who are staying there. They'll have a library.
They show porn too.
Yeah.
This is a Straight Stuntin' Volume 7.
We get the SAG-AFTRA DVDs every year, and I donated all those to my local library because they're new movies.
Are
and
you allowed to do that?
Yes, and I checked. I actually
There's watermarks on them that say.
I asked that very question.
Okay.
Is Nick McElwain there? This is SAG law enforcement.
Donations are allowed, Casey. I can't sell them, obviously. But give
So you could take one even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
I did not know that.
All right. So, according to, the sales were up last year for CDs. This increased for the first time since 2004.
And they're saying simply that tactile thing is the thing, or what is
it says it went from 31.6 million in 2020 to 46.6 million in 2021. Meanwhile, vinyl sales hit 39.7 million units in the U.S. in 2021. It's thought that Gen Zers could partially be driving the sales of physical media as they're reportedly doing things like ditching their AirPods in favor of vintage wired headphones.
Oh, wow.
But the last year was also a tough one for vinyl production due to supply chain issues. So it could be that some got frustrated by months-long delays and instead opted to purchase the album that they were waiting for on CD. Also notable in 2021, physical media as a whole experienced its first increase in sales since 1996. So I think people maybe want something to hold.
Is it possible that we're seeing nostalgic retro tech, or it's sort of kitschy, or because you always think, tech just as it starts to progress, it kills what preceded it, and you move on.
Right.
But now that sort of retro thing might appeal to Gen Zers,
and they can meld too. I mean, the record. I got a record player for Christmas, and it has a Bluetooth, and so I can, if I want to listen to something off of my phone on my record player, I can, or I can take vinyl and put it on there too. So it's it's new technology that incorporates old technology.
I remember my first record player had an 8-track slot that you could put, and an old AM/FM radio, you know, with the quartz tuner.
Oh man, our record player / radio / 8-track player, Steve, was the size of probably Casey's cabinet back here. They were huge. They were gigantic. It was a furniture piece too. It was wood. Really nice and everything.
And also hardwired speakers. They were not detachable.
Nope.
They went right into. It's like.
Thing weighed 1,000 pounds, man.
Crazy.
What was the appeal on reel-to-reels for music listening?
Audio quality.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Because my dad had one of those for a stretch, and my dad also had a Betamax, so you know take that for what it's worth.
I mean, Betamax was better than VHS.
It was,
I guess it would have to be, Steve, that records would get scratches and wear spots and things like that on them. So that would be, LPs, vinyl. But what they probably didn't know at the time was the fact that reel tape would deteriorate over time. The magnetic quality would deteriorate
kind of like
over
a cassette,
time.
right?
Same thing. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Yeah. So, all right. Let's go to.
What else, Noser?
Let me go to another thing that we know. Thank you for your calls, by the way, gang. But we're going to move on for a moment because I want to get another thing in here. Citing record high prices for gasoline, Uber is charging customers a new fuel fee to help offset costs. For ride-hailing and delivery drivers. And I read this morning also Lyft has started to do that, too.
It was only going to be a short time before they jumped on board.
So the surcharge it's just 45 cents or 55 cents for each trip.
For every 10 feet.
And either 35 cents or 45 cents for each Uber Eats order. So it's a bit of a drop in the bucket, but it's just a little bit more. Depends on the location, so the company announced on Friday.
Do you think at a certain point the prices are going to get so crazy that people are just going to start boycotting oil? And
they'll drive less.
Either start walking places.
Well, maybe carpooling might come back into fashion. I mean, that was in the energy crunch. I remember during the
energy crunch, they were pushing carpooling and all that stuff.
Start do carpooling. Where if you have people that work together, somebody is a designated driver for certain days.
Because I don't know if big oil is actually really taking a hit here. I think the consumer is the one that's taking the biggest hit.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of feelings about that, but Preston's right. Like there used to be all of these like ride share, carpooling, parking lots, which for a while was the big boom, and then of course they became the number one go-to spot for hookers and drug deals.
Well, there would be a parking lot where you would come and leave your vehicle
right off a main thoroughfare,
and then you would get in and carpool from there, right?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, so
and there was one right near me, Preston, and it was just hooker and drug deal central.
There's one for the New Jersey Turnpike that's right off of 322. So when you get over the Commodore Barry Bridge, there is a rideshare parking lot that is right off of the exit there.
Okay. So it will take effect tomorrow. All the money will go directly to drivers, according to San Francisco-based Uber, which is where I guess they did the story. The surcharge will be in effect for at least 60 days, after which Uber said it will assess the situation. The surcharges are based on the average trip distance and the increase in gas prices in each state. So it may vary depending on where you live.
They could also fold that right into the price, right? I mean, I mean, like when they do the surge pricing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know how that will be reflected on your bill.
I'm sure with warm smiles and hugs.
No, I mean on your bill and how it will be written on there or not. All right, and then one more thing, and then we'll have to wrap up. But Wawa is expanding Of course, we know that Florida was a big conquest.
I
for
know,
Wawa.
yeah.
Now, North Carolina.
Yeah, saw that.
That's pretty cool.
It's looking like they are headed into there. They confirmed that the company hopes to open its first stores in the state by the end of 2024.
We had a couple of listeners who noticed, who either were traveling through and posted pictures of...
Some noticers?
Yeah, some noticers as well.
Okay.
And it was cool.
They could not confirm, the representatives could not confirm or specify locations or timelines for construction, but said that the company is actively looking at potential sites for new Wawa stores in the state.
Okay, so none are built yet, but they must have been in the news down there because they were reporting on it down there as well.
It's interesting to see where the spread of Wawa is because there are some in Virginia. They don't really have any in and around New York. They go like halfway up New Jersey. They're all over PA, but then they stop like where Sheetz takes over.
Right.
Wawa is really brilliant when it comes to where they're going to put their new stores. There's a ton of research, and none of the decisions are made lightly.
I realized something while reading this story.
Are you the realizer?
Oh,
no,
my gosh,
I'm still a noticer. Not the realizer. I'm not the stream of consciousness-ner. I'm not nothing. I'm the noticer right now.
Okay.
Is that Wawa was, when I moved here 25 some odd years ago, Wawa was the first thing that I found as a kind of a local companion, if you will. Like the first thing that I latched onto. That made me feel comfortable because I moved here without ever stepping foot in Pennsylvania and much less southeastern PA.
No, I can see that.
And it was a place that I'd never heard of before, and I went to, and I liked what I got there, and it became like a regular, like daily thing for me. So
did you hang out at the coffee station?
I did not hang out. They didn't have today. They didn't have a coffee station then, I don't think. But I do remember I would get either meatballs in a cup, or, which they don't make anymore, the mac and beef. You guys remember mac and beef?
Never had a mac and beef.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I had that all the time. It was essentially macaroni in kind of a light tomato with beef and like a light tomatoey sauce.
Is it beefaroni? Sounds like
kind of like that. Yeah. And that was that was my regular. But Wawa will always hold a special place in my heart because of that.
At the beginning of the show, it used to be common ritual after the show when we were doing it at Y100 in media to go to the old style Wawa on.
That's not there anymore.
Or we'd send an intern to get meatballs in a cup in the morning.
Yeah. And that Wawa had a fryer. Not many, and at that time, in the late 90s, early aughts, there weren't many Wawas that had a fryer. In fact, that was the last one I remember, actually, where you could get like a fried, egg sandwich.
Case, they. Oh, wait, do you mean they had a griddle?
A griddle, yeah.
Not a deep fryer.
Not a deep fryer.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't remember that. But I remember the griddle, and they would actually, cook stuff up. I don't know if they were making cheesesteaks or anything like that.
No, but, we would get the fried egg sandwiches, but, And so now that Wawa's gone. They built one just a little bit further down the road on the same side, and then there's another super Wawa, basically where the old Riddle Ale House used to be.
By the way, so you're out in the land. We were out there. I mean, that is the land of Wawas. In fact, the Wawa College, I believe, or whatever the hell it's called.
The campus?
Campus is right there.
Yeah, my parents used to live, when they first got married, that's where they lived, right where that campus is now. And they lived in the carriage house of one of the original builders of Wawa, their estate. And so that, like, Wawa holds a special place in your heart, Preston, and there's a connection in my family as well.
By the way, a few people are texting in about the mac and beef, and that,
they miss it.
They miss it.
Well, we have some pull.
Somebody said mac and beef was the best here. What was the other one? It says, mac and beef, why did you leave us? Why hast thou forsaken us?
Wait a second. You're probably going to be this July. You'll probably be doing
the Wawa Hoagie Day.
I think that's the time
be there for sure.
You lay down the law.
I know some of the executives, Lori Bruce, and we know Chris Geisens, who is the CEO.
Nice
Chris,
guy.
Mac and beef, sir.
Yeah, come over here.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And so I have a good friend that works pretty high up in Wawa, and he is responsible for some of the testing and stuff like that goes into why the mac and beef was taken off of the menu and all of that kind of stuff. But I mean, it's all based on that. I mean, there's a reason.
Sure.
If they took it off, there was a reason. They didn't just say, "Oh, we're done with that."
Yeah,
you could probably get it changed if you gave him a little 3 minutes with Kathy.
I wouldn't mind getting on the on these panels where they test.
Yeah.
Or being one of the testers. You know?
got a good palate.
I've
got a nice palate there, kid.
Thanks, man.
Got a nice nutsack on you.
You ever have a bad day? Remember, Casey likes your palate.
Thank you. You enjoy my palate.
I'm wearing my Wawa shirt right now.
You are the Delco
I
Wawa.
love this shirt.
So, all right. Well, anyhow, there are more than 800 stores that Wawa has, and they are heading into North Carolina, which is cool. I'm happy to see that.
Just a second notice, so let me jump in here.
Yeah,
I have figured out how to fix the. This is something that you know how you think about this macaroni and this meat sauce here.
Yeah,
great
mac and
dish.
beef. Yeah.
The Germantown Wawa, the old one that I go to all the time. If they were to just turn that sideways in the parking lot, I have a plan.
Okay.
That would get it done. I've seen them do it at other places, like where the lot configuration, in other words, it has a very small front lot,
Right.
and it's on a corner, and it's just bad. If they were to take it and turn it sideways, facing the side street, you'd still be able to see it and use it, but get much more space and much more parking.
Are you talking about taking the whole building and turning it sideways, or the parking?
Yes, turn it sideways.
All right.
Do it. You can fix everything.
By the way, a few people are texting in of different things that Wawa should bring back. That might be a conversation sometime, or even a Twitter
Give me
poll.
one.
What should Wawa
the roast
bring
pork.
back?
The roast
somebody
pork
said
was
roast
actually
pork.
really
Somebody
good.
said hot roast beef. Remember the old style hot roast beef? Let's see. Home style chicken noodle, sausage, gravy, and biscuits, and the hot dog chili. Somebody says, I miss Wawa shepherd's pie. So, yeah, there's a few different things in there.
Biscuits.
And the biscuits?
What the hell's hot dog chili?
I think the chili to put on a hot dog.
Oh, because the other way around I didn't care for.
Oh, you thought
Little pieces
chili
of
was-
hot dog and chili?
Yeah,
Or maybe hot dogs were used as the meat for chili.
That's what I was thinking.
I think I'd go for that.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
kind of like Beanie Weenies, but
yeah,
The great rapper.
Yeah.
Beanie Weenies.
I
Beanie Weenie, yo.
I wouldn't doubt it if someday Beanie Weenie was a rapper. All right. Anyhow, I'm done noticing. I'm not noticing anymore.
Notice has noticed so much.
Yep.
He's done so much noticing for us that we owe him some time to himself.
So with that, we are going to take a break. What am I playing here,
I want you to
Casey?
notice that the Vox Pro is now working.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're going to do the clips from earlier?
No.
Is that what-
We
okay.
don't have to do that.
Let's not do that.
Am I supposed to play this?
If you want to.
What is this?
This is from that show, The Outfit, that we didn't play earlier.
We've been able to.
No.
Hey, we played it. There you go.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are on the way, and I'd like to surprise you. If you would like to go to the Flyers game in a suite Thursday night, in a suite for Claude Giroux's 1,000th game, be the 20th caller right now. 215-263-WMMR, 7 o'clock game against the Predators. And, of course, that night, Claude joins the legendary Bobby Clarke as the only other Flyer to play and hit that mark with the organization. So you can get tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. But we are going to have a catered suite. Caller number 20, you get to go. All right, we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Hey, would you like to do it or no?
93.3
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it.
We're making friends.
We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're
on,
doing
Mel.
a great job.
Oh, yes, that was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to ask. Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are
I
you
don't-
really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
Very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the Van Fozzie. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho is here.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram.
Right.
They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that cow.
Everywhere you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me
Every
tell you
teat.
first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. and wasn't sure what to expect. I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is.
Yeah.
Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book. The only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious, and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the frontman, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this, it's the very nature of our show is that if, over the years we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. Go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
Years ago, it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have... Well, do you want to hear the winner? Let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
but
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard it. I'm ready to talk now, and I cannot see your lips. What was that? I said I can't see your lips. Yeah, that's louder. Heard it. Sound good.
You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people?
It's a good culture.
What was that?
It's a good culture.
What was that?
It's a dream come true.
She just gives up.
God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing.
To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we going to do?
We're going to entertain you.
What's that?
We're going to entertain you.
What's that?
We're going to entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
looking at a still shot of her.
She's
with
a Miss
her-
America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready?
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna work the road and
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like.
You might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist, actually. And they're going to give me the shot. Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even gotten to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life. I love the best.
Oh my God.
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Right. Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atencio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year. And going to Disneyland, there was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were you as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't believe it.
It's just mind-boggling. And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs. Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atencio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagineering unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atencio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a soundstage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I can't see.
The boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear. And I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Every time they come through, they'll see something new. And I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atencio.
Life for me.
So he wrote this.
We kindle and char, inflame and ignite. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We burn up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
We burn up the city.
Yeah,
we burn up the city and rape the people and kill everyone who won't come along. We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Me hearties, yo ho.
Confiscate the children and make them slaves.
Up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
Before we get to the bizarre file real quick, I would like to throw a butt plug into the ether and send it to you, hopefully. It is an event called Raise a Pint for Premature Babies. It is the 7th annual Pints for Preemies, March 25th, and it's going to be at the Bluestone Country Club in Bluebell.
Aren't they too young to drink?
They are too young to drink, but you're not.
Yes,
so
of course.
It will feature Ryan Daly, who is a master chicharron, I assume is how you pronounce it, Cicerone, of the Brewers Collective. And it says here a chicharron, just like a sommelier designates those with advanced knowledge about wine, a chicharron designates those with advanced knowledge about beer.
Huh.
It's the highest level that this guy has. So he's going to be there, and he's going to be helping attendees with the nuances of different varieties of beers and stuff like that. So
love it.
They're going to have a raffle and drawing and all kinds of stuff. And so if you would like to get information on this, that's the only thing I don't have here.
Want to meet the chicharron?
Here you go. No, todayisagooddday.org. Okay, so you can look that up. Todayisagooddday.org. That is the organization that is putting that on. So that event is coming up on March 25th, 7th annual Pints for Preemies. And the event will help raise funds for people who have children who have premature children, babies, in the NICU, and they have personal and financial support. So
so the information either is or should be up on PrestonandSteve.com. And this actually, Chuck D'Amico's son was born prematurely. Matt Calper, who this request came down from, his son was born premature.
Didn't know that.
Both made full recoveries, and it's because of charities like this.
Yep. Cool. So want to mention that. So there's a butt plug, and then here's a shout out. Actually, this is not shout out. This is, let me do one late shout out, and then I have a fun little email to read, and then we'll get to the B file.
I got it.
So this is from Tiffany. I'm a couple days late on this. It says, good morning, Presbo and the Preston and Steve gang. Sorry to bother you at work, but this is important. I'm requesting a shout out for my husband, Brandon Boyd. His 40th birthday is March 13th.
Of Incubus?
I don't think it's the lead singer of Incubus.
Okay.
No, probably not.
She said, I feel a bit selfish here as this is the second shout out I'm requesting for Brandon in a year. Last year, we were honored to be your first official sponsored shout out. Remember when that was a thing? In celebration of our 10-year wedding anniversary. Bucksco and Delco unite. So they're bringing the two counties together. Not only is Brandon a President Steve loyalist, he's an amazing father, friend, and husband, and I am beyond lucky to get to call him mine. I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate 40 years of Brandon Boyd other than a big juicy shart, since farts and bathroom humor are a daily occurrence in our house. And thank you all for making me laugh daily and for making every day so much brighter. You guys rock. Thank you. And that's from Tiffany Boyd. There's a shout out. And Tiffany, you get no more. I've done 2 in a year for you, so that's we're going to have to wait.
That's it.
Hey,
another year.
You married to the lead singer of Incubus. You're okay.
You win.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally, I love this story. It says, "Oh my God, I'm finally able to clear the tears from my eyes and stand up straight enough to write you after the last 5 minutes of literal doubled over laughing. I am a loyal podcaster, stay-at-home mom of 3. That's so thankful that has you guys for company during the day, and so I'm about a week behind in shows. And I just got to the moment that you, Preston, announced John Bon Jovi's 60th birthday, and Casey accidentally hit the wettest shart sound ever."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Between that sound and Casey's so innocently dejected response, I instantly lost it. I listened with AirPods in, so thank God no one was home to witness my insane session of uncontrollable laugh crying. My stomach still hurts. Not only have I been a listener for years now, but I've gotten my 17-year-old hooked, and it's great to have something to share with her in the car.
That's cool.
And I will continue to endure the eye rolls I receive whenever I mention something I heard on the show to my husband and my daughter, and I can't wait until we are able to make it to the Cardboard Classic. Thank you for being my friends during the day. I'm going to turn the podcast back on and get back to work. Santa's got to go. And so that is from Christina Shivik in Allentown, PA. So thank you. There's a shart that we're sending to you, and a juicy one at that.
That's a really good one.
It is. It's nasty. All right, it's time for the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
By the way, people are texting in. It's a cicerone, not a chicharron. That I was trying to
I like
pronounce
chicharron better.
A chicharron is apparently a Spanish dish made of fried pork belly.
Oh.
So that's pretty good, too.
Both are winners.
All right, Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. This is our sponsor, by the way. Is your time to shine for the participants of the Special Olympics USA Games. Grab a sub on Wednesday, March 30th, and all sales will be donated to the games. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above. Let's start with a pretty messed up story, man. The son of a billionaire banker was killed by a boat propeller while desperately trying to save his fiancée during a Florida Keys fishing competition.
God, anyone who spends time in the water or ever water skis, that's such a fear.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I grew up water skiing, and when they would bring the tow rope back around by you after you fell, they would have to come really close, and I would hear that. And it would freak me out. So Juan Carlos Escotet Alvarez, the 31-year-old son of Venezuela-based Banisco president Juan Carlos Escotet Rodriguez, died Saturday afternoon after jumping into the waters about 6 miles off North Key Largo as he and his fiancée, Andrea Montero, tried to snag sailfish from a 60-foot boat. Alvarez had dove into the water to try and save Montero when she fell overboard, but he hit the vessel's propeller immediately and died from his injuries. Man. They were taking part in a fishing tournament organized by the Ocean Reef Club in Key Largo. Montero managed to get out of the water without any consequences. And that's pretty much all that I have as far as what occurred, but that's just horrible. A self-proclaimed homeless male model was arrested for yanking it in front of people in a Starbucks in Miami Beach on Friday.
Strike a pose.
And there is video of the guy just standing there.
And yanking away.
No pants on and just doing it.
Wow.
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
Blake Rain was allegedly
if someone
seen.
wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Was allegedly seen by several witnesses pleasuring himself at the Starbucks.
How you folks doing?
Witness Alyssa DeMaria said that she was in the shop when she used her phone to record him. She's saying to him, "What are you doing? Get the F out. It's disgusting." Rain allegedly refused to comply with the police orders, and they shot him with a dart-firing stun gun.
Oh, my God.
And that's when he got to yanking it again, this time, though, yanking the darts out of his body and running off.
So this guy doesn't look like what you'd expect this from what you described.
Well, he's a self-proclaimed homeless male model. So,
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
As far as homeless go, yeah, he looks pretty decent.
in the bizarre chase,
I like how people are walking out with their drinks.
And like so annoyed too.
police shot Rain roughly 8 times before he was finally subdued. Police used closed fist distraction blows and kicked him in the lower back area as well, according to the arrest report. One of the officers was injured after he fell during the foot chase.
Let me get this straight. It's illegal to do this?
He is charged with lewd and lascivious behavior, disorderly conduct, and resisting an officer as well. A mechanic's arm was amputated after working with a machine that did not have a safety guard at a U.S. Postal Service facility in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Oh, my God.
The OSHA area director, Kimberly Morton, said Postal Service ignored long establishing safety standards and put workers at risk. They have an obligation to eliminate hazards to ensure safe working conditions and prevent another worker from suffering tragic and life-altering injury.
So did it rip it off?
The worker reportedly made contact with a machine that was supposed to have a safety guard, but it had been removed. As a result, his arm was amputated. The department said the facility where the injury occurred, a bulk mail processing and distribution center, where a programmable network of heavy conveyor lines and other systems handles packages for delivery. So I assume he got caught up in the conveyors. And I don't know if it was ripped off or not, but they definitely had to amputate it.
We've talked about that. Machines like that, big machines running, anything like that.
Those freak me out.
I get a little trepidatious.
Like the propeller, like the boat propeller.
Yes.
I'm like, I just feel uncomfortable around them because you might get sucked into that thing. Twisted around in the gears.
Freaking kill you.
Yeah.
Freaking kill you. Most Postal Service. Dangerous job. OSHA.
All right. A Spring Hill, Florida man is accused of calling 911 to have the methamphetamine he recently purchased from a man he met at an area bar tested because he believed it was really bath salts.
That's ridiculous.
Thomas Eugene Colucci.
Yeah, do you believe this?
Made the emergency call around 7 p.m. on Thursday. Deputies say Colucci told them that he is an experienced drug user who's used methamphetamine in the past and knew what it should feel like.
Yeah, and I just bought some kiddie porn, and they all look like they're much older.
When it didn't produce the expected sensation, he decided to call authorities. Colucci then produced 2 small baggies, each containing a white crystal-like substance, and handed them over to the deputies. Colucci told deputies he wanted his methamphetamine tested because he did not want other people to purchase fake meth from the person who sold it to him.
He's like a consumer affairs reporter.
Totally.
Meth heads.
Yeah. He wanted deputies to put the person in trouble for selling dangerous drugs. However, he was able to provide a name. He was unable to provide a name.
This just in. The meth you might be buying might not be meth at all. I am a meth addict myself, and I found out something that's going to open your eyes wide and have your blackened teeth fall out.
As
Now here's Rico with the weather. Thank you.
The whole news team is there are a bunch of drug
Our
users
field reporter is currently spanking it in front of people.
at Starbucks.
Oh my!
Wait a minute, I gotta hear that again.
Back to our weatherman.
And your field reporter is the yanking it dude. As requested, a deputy performed a field test on a sample of the white crystal-like substance from each of the baggies, and both baggies tested positive for methamphetamine.
Oh, thank you.
He had gotten the real deal.
I feel so stupid.
Yes.
I don't think I would be able to recognize meth if I saw it.
No.
What does it?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I mean, if it's a white powdery substance, how are you supposed to be able to tell it from cocaine to meth to
You saw that story about the West Point guys, right? The,
like 6 of them.
Yeah,
overdose.
In fact, I think 3 or 4 overdosed, and then the people who tried to give them mouth to mouth, the very little bit of fentanyl got into their systems, and they OD'd.
Wow. Deputies arrested Colucci, who said he was having chest pains after being placed in the back of a patrol vehicle. After being cleared by a physician at an area hospital, Colucci was taken to the Hernando County Detention Center. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a break. Let's come back in a moment. Don't forget, actor Wendell Pierce will be joining us in a little bit, and we'll have another chance. You know what? That other chance is right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tickets to join us in a Flyers suite on Thursday night. And this is a catered suite for the Flyers game Thursday. Claude Giroux's 1,000. We'll take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR. You'll get a pair of tickets. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burned down the town and killed the animals and sexually abused the women.
Pirate's Life.
I think that's
the
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp singing "Drink Up Me Hearties Yo Ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line
Drink
of the
up
movie.
me hearties, yo ho. Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around. Visit the Viper Room. Oh.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly. Oh. They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory, too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the swat.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait, and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front two little hands, if it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then bam! Nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies.
That's cool.
Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So in general, the smaller the species...
Did they capture a fly and interrogate him?
The faster its critical flicker... They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
He starts smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general... the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical flicker fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has...
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How do they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical
I
current.
assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptor.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, so, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How do they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
This
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do.
Is this
fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Bestie.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin spice latte.
I know.
And
Yes,
spend,
I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
how about dinner and a fall-themed movie?
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
the-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bake an apple pie together.
That's
okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of, like Allure magazine or,
yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity
Walk to the
for
end
you.
of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
That's just all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that chest?
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasbourg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasbourg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's
No.
out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But
yeah.
case along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, the raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah,
Family
we're doing
photo
it,
shoot?
Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely
All
with spice latte. SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look,
Wait.
I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some silent but deadlies.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I told some
Penis.
SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but deadly. SPDs.
CVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is
penis.
something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
De-sucking lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
guys.
We used to say
It's a
DSB,
little bit-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
That's
DSB.
here.
man.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, ROMANO.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up, DSL.
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow. How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
them for
know.
that,
That's the
but yeah.
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through 2018.
Why is that?
You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga?
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you,
right.
Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
alleyways.
And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
An unusual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh, my God. Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
What is that? Who said that?
Oh, my God. I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
Actually, physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass
right,
for
is
you.
this because, so...
Help you pack your ass.
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your doorstep.
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it fresh. Now we have 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do
can
you know what?
actually throw some of them out if you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever, but
can't you return them?
I guess you could.
It's just plastic with water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's not,
By the way, what is it just plastic with water in it? Because those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
No, and then no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great idea.
Wait a
I
second.
will bet you.
Oh.
A shopping spree? That it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting than
Well,
shopping
what
spree.
does...
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You want
rip
to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
Back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
Let
down.
me rip
right
the
now.
rest of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking news. Don't do it.
Too late. Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in.
Breaking news. Do.
Saying that they've opened those things up and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Sex, Preston, right after the show.
Sex
right after the show. Wow.
Sex after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So this is the pack
Thank you,
say on it that
Kathy.
you can
real
cut
quick,
them
I want to
and
throw some love to listener Matt McMillan, world record holder for catching a hot dog in a bun.
Yes.
He is he's a friend of the show now.
Yes, he is.
And he made a video about being a friend of the show, which is outstanding. It is so well done. And Marissa has posted this on the Preston and Steve Show Instagram account. If you have a minute or so to watch it, it is very, very funny. And yes, this is the soundtrack to that particular video. One of the things I noticed.
Kathy, he apologizes in advance because he used his mom as your body double. So
I saw that. Well, because at the end, you can see who you are.
Yeah.
It was
Some
really cool.
Real work went into that video, man. So thank you, Matt. And you should see that on our social media. It's hilarious. Nice work, man. All right. I wanted to chat real quick. We got a few minutes. Dolly Parton has refused to be nominated into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, or has requested.
She flipped over the table and stormed out.
She did. No, but she doesn't feel like she's really worthy of a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nomination, which makes her even more endearing if she wasn't already enough. But it was an interesting story that popped up yesterday. And it poses the question for those who may be listening, have you ever turned down recognition before, or maybe, as you were saying, Steve, off air, maybe a promotion,
right,
for whatever reason that you? I mean, this is your opportunity to bump up, to either move up in status or in employment, and for whatever reason you had said no to it.
Yeah, to pass on something like that, because her doing this is pretty cool.
Yeah, 215-263 WMMR is the number. I have no idea if we'll get any takers, anybody who's listening who have had that occasion. I did, when initially asked to do morning radio, I said no.
Yeah.
They'd initially asked me at Y100 to come in. They were planning on getting rid of the current morning show at the time, and I was like, dude, I don't want to get up that early in the morning. No.
Are you crazy?
Way.
Yeah.
And I flat out said no. And they sweetened the deal a bit, and a few months later, and I was like, okay, I'll try it.
You'd be stupid not to.
Yeah.
But so you almost passed on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did initially. I was like, no, thanks. Yeah. They said, we'll double your salary. I said, okay.
All right, I'll do it.
All right, I'll do it.
I've got a friend that works in TV, and they, over the years, she's been there a really long time. They'll offer her a promotion, and she does not take it.
Why not?
Every single time.
Do you know why?
I don't know. I mean, she says she doesn't want to be in that position, but she's essentially doing that position anyway. So they're like, hello, but I guess she just doesn't want like the title of it or the additional responsibility, even though she's really taking care of it anyway.
Yeah, Kat,
it's strange. I don't know. I don't get it.
I have a friend in a similar situation. She works for a pharma company, a big pharma company, and they offered her a pretty significant bump in salary, but a major bump in responsibility and work. And she's a family person, and it would have taken her away from her family. And it's a tough decision to make because the money offer was real and the responsibility, like when you rise up through the ranks, like this is when you get in a career like that, that's kind of what you're looking to do. But to her, family time is more important, so she turned it down.
It's funny because like when I was concentrating on, and it's not exactly the same thing, but it's in the same family, concentrating here in Philadelphia. And I'd come from New York. I'd been on air in a couple of stations in New York. I had so many people saying, why are you not in Philadelphia? You're in New York. It's the number one market.
Right,
And I'm like, and everyone who told me that, everyone who was in the industry who told me that, and I kept saying, I'm Preston, and this is good. I feel like something's going to happen here. I mean, I'm working on it. Everyone who was emphatically telling me I was crazy is out of the radio industry now.
Well, there's a lot, like Mike Jarek and Karen Hepp were both in New York and came back to Philadelphia.
Right. Okay. I was wondering about your friend that wouldn't take promotion. I wonder if part of it might be that that title
might be more inclined to like a revolving door, like they're not as steady. I don't know.
No, that's not the reason.
All right.
No.
So
not for
sometimes
her,
you
anyway.
get in a sweet spot at work. And so with that, so if they're just simply going to give you the title and up your work without additional pay.
Yeah, I don't know what came along with it. I just know that like over the years they've offered a number of times.
All right, let me go to this because Bob is more like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame thing. I'm going to go to Bob. Hey, Bob, good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Now we can hear you, Bob. Good morning.
Bob! Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Doing good. So the company I work for, I've been there 29 years. And if you make it to 25 years, they have a week-long celebration and heap praise upon you. Every day they do something different. Like the whole company comes to your desk, and they'll either give you flowers. One day they'll take you out to lunch. They'll give you candy. Like every day, like there's something different that they give you, and it's actually very nice. And then at the end of the week, they give you a check for $250.
Okay.
A condition of getting that check is that you have to participate in all of the daily events of praise. And I turned down the whole thing.
You turned it down.
What's your reasoning?
Yeah. I just, for me personally, and again, it's a very nice thing that they do, but just the degree of attention is not something that I really enjoy. And as I said, they had the whole company comes at your desk every day, and I just was so uncomfortable with that I had to turn down the whole shebang.
Do you think did that cause any hurt feelings or ill will by you turning it down?
I don't get that sense. I think some of my colleagues thought I was nuts for turning it down.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like I'm Rockefeller, so the $250 would have been nice. So I think there was a little bit of that, but from the higher ups, I don't really think they cared one way
I
or
see
the other.
Bob at his desk as they're standing there, with balloons and stuff, and just going, I hate all of you people.
Exactly.
And
like Fred Flintstone gets yelled at by his boss, and he shrinks and he shrinks and he shrinks.
Right.
I think I would have felt like that. And,
Okay.
it
Wow.
would've
Like that
worked.
scene in Liar, Liar.
Interesting.
You're bold. You're a slut.
Right. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Casey,
All right.
you would love something like that. A week-long celebration
Oh,
of you.
yeah, that's what I'm all about that.
No, you love birthday praise.
Yeah,
and,
no,
and
I don't
gifts
love praise.
and stuff like that.
No, I love birthdays. I don't necessarily love like.
Do you get uncomfortable when people? I have a perfect example of this, and though I accepted it after I had my prostate cancer surgery in 2014, so everything went very well, and thank God, still going well. But I started to get these honors from and I go receive for the American Cancer Society, and it was a wonderful thing, and I was only too happy to do it because it would help bring light to the whole deal. But I felt like when they'd say my battle with cancer, and I really, compared to what so many other people have gone through, it's like I can understand Dolly Parton's thing. It's not linear to that, but I was able to promote things and get the word out about the PSA testing and all that stuff and screening. So it did work for that. But I felt uncomfortable in a lot of those cases saying that my battle with cancer. I had it diagnosed. I slept through the surgery, and it was at most compared to what like kids in CHOP are going through.
Yeah.
It was nothing.
Right.
All
right, let me go to Tim. Hi, Tim. Good morning.
Gadzooks, good morning, fellas.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So I was a film student at Temple University. I probably shouldn't have said that, but
take it back.
As such, they make you take other courses other than what's in your major. So I took a business course. I took macroeconomics and I took microeconomics. I took them both in the same semester and cannot tell you one from the other. I have no clue about any of it, but managed to eke out a B and a C. And on my birthday, I got a letter inviting me to be a member of the Economics Honor Society at Temple. And it's the old Groucho Marx thing. I would not be a member of a club that would have somebody as me
as a member. Yeah. So you were just rocking pretty much B's and C's, and they wanted to bring you into the organization.
I guess they figured if I could manage that, taking both of those at the same time, that clearly I must have something on the ball. And boy, they could not be more wrong.
I can see that. You know what this is like
thanks,
also? To what Tim just said. A couple of times when you have a kid that's going to jump grades, Like early on, I guess I was a superstar in kindergarten because they wanted to jump me ahead, and my mom said no. And then in fourth grade as well, that came up, and she said, there was those. At that point, you're learning building blocks and don't eat the clay. So that's my level of genius. So she passed on that, and there were kids clearly far smarter who were really rising up the ladder. But I remember that as being, she caught some crap for that. But I'm glad she did that.
Right. Yeah.
Now I'm bald.
Well, you also have to consider socially how that's going to impact a kid as well.
Yeah.
I agree. That's sometimes you can pass on that. Let me go to Curtis, who actually took a promotion. Hey, Curtis, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Great,
man?
my man. What's up?
I'm trying to hear you. Where you at?
Right here.
Hello?
Just look at the radio.
Yeah. Chris?
Hey, I'm sorry.
You're on the air, buddy. Tell your story.
Hey, I'm sorry. I had a job promotion. I took it, and I lasted about 3 months. I'm a carpenter foreman, and they put me in the office to do project managing and estimating.
And were you attempting to take calls on a stapler?
No, I couldn't sit in front of a computer all day.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you just didn't like it.
Oh, dude, I'm 30 years of running jobs. I build hospitals, hotels, shopping centers.
Curtis, it wasn't and this sounds very, I get this, it wasn't what you liked. It wasn't what you enjoyed doing, and you're stuck in a room where you were more used to being out and about, and I think that's a common thing. A lot of people will look at a promotion and say, hey, you're moving up, and you're like, this isn't what I do. This is what I'm into. Am I correct with that?
Well, he's gone.
No, he's answering.
But, yeah, he is. He's answering right now on the stapler. Let me go to, let's see. All right, so Robert had accepted one as well. Robert, good morning. What's up, Robert? Go ahead, Robert. What's up, man?
Hey, so sorry, I don't know if I could top Curtis's story or not. But, so it was similar scenario. I've kind of been on this upward grind of I'm a certified management accountant, certified in strategy, competitive analysis.
Right.
Got my MBA from Villanova, and I just wanted to get to the top. And so now I'm a VP of finance and accounting for a biopharmaceutical manufacturing company, and I'm just kind of like, what have I done? So I do understand as far as people not wanting to take that next step because it's a grind. I mean, I'm working like 70-hour weeks. I'm almost kind of sourcing for a demotion somewhere. Like, can I get into a manager role and just like clock in, clock out, be tactical, and get out? But it's it's grass is greener, and money doesn't buy happiness. And it's tough.
Well,
it's tough,
and that's the thing, Robert. You make better money, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I was thinking about this the other day. The people that a lot of times is the case, and you can maybe look at people who are above you on a pay scale and go, man, that would be nice. A lot of times, it comes with the pay.
Comes with stuff.
Comes with the payoff. It comes with working hard, a lot of time consumed,
and catching crap,
and and that as well. So if you can take that on and make the money and be happy, that's great. It's a great marriage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a big part, though. You're in 10 hours of meetings, and you have 15 hours of work to do, and it's like this is.
That's when you hop on the stapler and look for another gig.
Well, no, I remember when. Thanks, Robert. I remember when Steve, we were going through our deposition, and we had the law firm that was working on our case, and I was talking to those guys, and we went there. I guess we were there late at night, or I had asked them about when they were working till, and they were like, "Yeah, we were here till about 11 o'clock last night." And I was like,
"Yeah,
really?"
Well.
They were like, yeah, I mean, like loads and loads
Countless
of work.
hours, yeah.
So you can get that awesome car that you want. You just can't have a great house.
You just
can't
drive it to work.
You can't ever really take it anywhere or do anything with it.
You know where that happens a lot in law firms is somebody's trying to become a partner. Right. And in order to become a partner, you have to do those like 20-hour days sometimes.
I don't know the difference between partner and associate. I mean, other than your name's on the door, do you still work as hard? If
an
you're
associate's lower. A partner.
Yeah, I know that. But I mean,
essentially, you're a part owner.
Yeah.
So like,
but you still have to work a ton, right?
Right, but if a person underneath you wins a lawsuit, for example, they pay up the ladder to you.
Right,
So
okay.
you are making what the law firm is making.
Well,
at that
Nick, I
point.
saw this documentary about this guy, and he for a while he could not tell a lie, and he was trying to be he's trying to be a partner in a law firm
For 24 hours. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He had
And
a
it was-
relation. Yeah, his
It's an
son's
interesting
relation.
story.
Yeah.
and he did this thing called the claw.
Right,
Yeah.
He's a good dad.
It was an incredible documentary. You know, Preston, where this, and this, of course, every once in a while we have to geek out with our Star Trek fandom for Next Generation. But Riker in Star Trek, Net was always being offered promotions to the captain's chair.
Yeah.
And he wanted to be on the Enterprise.
Yeah.
And that was it. So, and that's another documentary.
Stay very happy if you can. Let's see here. Let me go to, and we were talking about Dolly Parton turning down the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, potentially being nominated for it, and we were asking if you had ever turned down an honor or a promotion.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to Victor. Hey, Victor. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Victor?
Gadzooks, everyone.
Gadzooks to you, sir.
Thank you. I had a job at a bakery about 20 odd years ago, and I was offered a position as a supervisor, manager, night second shift manager, and I turned it down. Basically, I see how they treat their supervisors. You're done for the day. You go home. You eat. You shower. You're settling in and whatnot, and then they call you. Oh, we need a whole nother load.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got to run back, drop everything, go back to the bakery, mix the dough, shape it, and then send it to bake.
Victor, you should have gone into radio.
Yeah, seriously.
Your voice. Jesus, yeah. It's stuff like that, as Preston was saying, with that higher level and with the bigger paycheck comes that responsibility. So your number's the one up on the in an emergency call.
Yeah,
and it sucks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was a dance with us though, because I would turn it down. They would find a reason to fire me, and then they would call me back. Or if I would quit, I'd call them back. It was a little dance, but basically, I wanted to give the position to the boss's owner's daughter, or daughter's boyfriend anyway.
Okay, all right.
They hired him. They put him in there, and they were trying to groom him to take over. And I was like, you know what? I was there before him, and they couldn't do anything with me there. I was in the way, so I just stepped aside. Let him take it.
All right.
Yeah, he abused his power.
All right. Well, thank you, Victor. We appreciate it. I'm going to go to a different take on this. I'm going to go to Jeff, talking about his dad. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ed. How you guys doing?
Good morning, Ed, buddy. We're good. What's up?
Good. Yeah, hey, so my dad, he worked at a place for about like 30 years called Educational Testing Services in New Jersey. It was like a place that proctored SATs and ACTs and kind of all that stuff. But he was also primarily a Lutheran minister and preached on Sundays.
Okay.
And for like 30 years, every couple years, Educational Testing Services, he was given the opportunity to take a promotion. But his constant thing was that he would say, you know, he was committed to God and to preaching, and that was his primary position in life. And so he just turned down promotions for like 30 years because he preached on Sundays.
30 years?
Yeah, like I could never understand it. As you know, any raise would have been good for him and for the family. but he just never did it.
Even though he's Lutheran, what if like he picks up the phone and it's the Pope? He's like, "Come on, man."
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, no doubt.
Even though he's Lutheran, but we're all playing for the same team.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he just kept on passing it, and it was because of his faith, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, which was great, but you know, he only had to work the faith on Sundays for the
Yeah, right. Yo,
Mondays
Dad,
and Friday would have been
I
cool.
could use some new shoes here. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Bro, what are you crazy?
Thanks, Jeff.
You ever seen the
Appreciate it.
Vatican City?
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you this, that knowing what you, again, the best of all possible worlds is doing something you love. And then I think eventually, because by sheer determination and force of will, because you love something so much, hopefully the money will come because you excel at it. You're investing the time in it.
Yep.
But if you can't get that, then you do have to ask the question, is the money worth me not enjoying something I'm not, doing?
Toughest part about that is getting too deep into something and realizing, I don't like this.
Yeah.
You know, I want to do something else. And then you get to a certain age where it's like, well, I can't. You know, it would be too financially taxing to switch gears.
And before you know it, you're sitting in a canoe on Lake Tahoe saying the Hail Mary. And
Yeah.
you sound about
But the when you start to have a family and you have children and stuff like that really does start to inform your decisions more so than anything else.
Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
You little bastards.
Every one of them.
Just take.
Get back for crying out loud.
Gotta love them.
Freeloaders.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for the calls. We appreciate that. I want to break because we have a guest who's coming up in a moment. Actor,
Yes.
great actor from some really cool stuff. His name is Wendell Pierce, so we will chat with him when we return. So make sure that you are with us. We will not be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
MMR invites you to a sound check party as we present Dirty Honey and Mammoth WVH.
I don't read things.
Here's somebody says, I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be thinking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste, yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff
Harry.
from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh, yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the,
little containers,
Propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your trash
I did get
provider.
my trash delivered this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot? Sorry, sir.
What am I paying for?
Do you want general trash, or do you want hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with large,
boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that make me look important. All right, sir.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's number one trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, it's Michael Cutlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you had 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the.
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? Is this on? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
but listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season, then I I watch every day. And in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix and I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the credit. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no, last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where, you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's like,
come on, dude.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal,
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah.
There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does,
and I would argue that these 2 deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters that
That's a good point.
about these characters.
Because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show, and then I realized that this is not. It's not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that I didn't have to do that, and then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis,
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
If
a
you had
feudal society?
And how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
Even though you think, this time we'll do it different. And you see through the show, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. The show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And, Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show. And we laugh at that, but I think it is. You get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of...
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one.
Reload!
Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cudlitz, guys. It's here for Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As he slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
Said it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He was getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
6 million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper bear.
Cowper bear.
Experts called the
This
site.
is going to be a new thing the kids are going to, where's my Cowper bear? He can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Thick. Everyone loves Cumberbatch.
All right, thanks, Kath. We got a few minutes for our guest joins us. I wanted to mention this. This was pretty cool. Marissa brought me a photo of a recent Preston and Steve tattoo recipient. By the way, today is Tattoos Day. If you're interested in winning one, text the word tattoo to 39333. This is from listener Aiden, I believe, who got this at Floating World Tattoo on South Street. And it is a tattoo of Eddie Van Halen's guitar, the Frankenstrat or Frankenstein.
Wow.
And our initials appear above the neck of the guitar.
That's really nice.
And it says here, Aiden's tattoo pays homage to two goats, Preston and Steve and Eddie Van Halen. So I thought that
Probably
was
more like meerkats.
That was pretty awesome. So thanks for sharing the picture, and really awesome artwork and a very cool idea.
Again, we have to, as Jackie Bam Bam would say, crunch the numbers and try to give an estimate or get an estimate for how many people are walking around with Preston and Steve tattoos for all the years we've been doing this.
Yep. And let me see here. We're our guest is getting on the line. We got another minute, Marissa, or all right. Hang on a second. I'll read an email. All right, no, we're good to go. I'm good to go. I just want to time it out right.
Yeah.
Because if I had time, I'd share this message, but maybe we'll get to that in a moment. But if our guest is all set to go, then, all right, now Marissa's saying 30 seconds, so I'll read the email.
Well, why don't you do a one-man show of A Christmas Carol?
No. So this is email I got. It says, hey, Preston, I want to give a shout-out to my boss, Laura Devlin. So let's do the chart now, if you don't mind.
All right.
You have it?
I got it. Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear it.
I thought you said do it, get prepared to do it.
No. She was recently out of work for a few weeks, recovering from a surgery. And while I would have spent my recovery time laying in bed and binging Netflix, she's been putting together bed in a bags for donation to Ukrainian children. Bags containing items such as a yoga mat, blanket, tissues, toothbrush, toothpaste, coloring materials. Laura's always gone above and beyond for both her staff and the students that she works with. And I wanted to acknowledge the positive impact she has, even though she doesn't do this to be acknowledged. Upon hearing what she was doing, many others in the community stepped up, such as a cashier donating generous amounts of blankets, a dental hygienist donating toothbrushes, and many other contributing toward the creation of these bags. And it's easy to get worn down with all these negative news stories that we hear. So I felt that this was a nice reminder. There are people all across the globe who are creating a positive impact, even right here in Delco. So thank you to Laura and everyone out there making the world a better place. And thanks for reading You Guys Rock. She says, no need to mention my name on the air. But that's really cool of her friend for putting together those bags and doing that. I love it. All right, our guest is ready to go. We're excited to talk about him because he's been in so many great movies and TV shows.
Ton of stuff.
And he's got another cool one coming up. By the way, movies like Malcolm X and Bulworth and Horrible Bosses, Selma, and the TV show Jack Ryan, which we all love.
So good.
So excellent as Greer. But he's here to speak about Don't Hang Up, which premieres Sunday on Bounce at 8 o'clock. Please welcome Mr. Wendell Pierce to the show this morning. Wendell, good morning. Are you there?
Good morning to you. Thank you, Preston and Steve. I appreciate you guys being on the show.
It is our pleasure. Thank you. We are fans, and we're going to talk obviously about Don't Hang Up, but our midday DJ, Pierre Robert, has wanted me to ask you specifically, when is Jack Ryan season 3 coming back? He said, make sure you ask him that.
Yeah, that's coming back in a couple of months.
In a couple months. So it is going to happen this year. Excellent. Good. We're huge fans.
It's definitely going to happen this year.
Okay, good. And you're so great in it. But listen.
The next is complete, and actually working on the 4th season right now.
That's fantastic. All right. I love it. All right, so Don't Hang Up. This is a parent's nightmare.
Yeah.
This kind of story. You get a phone call, your character, and what happens? This phone call comes out of nowhere, and he hears terrible news.
Yeah, so this is an action thriller that is based on real events. This has happened to people. I actually know someone that this has happened to. It didn't go as far as it does in this script and in this story. But Don't Hang Up is when an everyday man, normal father, loving husband gets a call that someone has kidnapped their daughter and may prove it to you. To convince you. and then you have to go through a series of different tasks that they want you to do and extort you, or they will kill your loved one and you never see them again. But the most disturbing thing is the fact that if you ever let the call itself end, they will kill your daughter. So the main task is don't hang up.
Don't hang up.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. This is actually there. In fact, this still goes on. This is a common scam. 99% of the time, it is just that people who are scamming you and they don't have the relative that they're speaking of. But in this story, they do, and their intent is to deliver on their promise to kill.
Yeah, and it's called virtual kidnapping, and it's something that can it destroys you.
Right.
It destroys the person. So I mean, it's a great everyman story. It's a cautionary tale because this is a real thing that's happening. It's on the rise around the country, and hopefully it doesn't happen to you. I would never want this, even on my worst enemy. I would never wish any close to this.
So,
but it's a great thriller. It was a great action thriller that I wanted to be a part of. And with Bounce TV, they're doing this is one of their first original programming movies, and so I was happy to be a part of that. And they have this great platform, free television, broadcast television, and then you can also get it online, bouncetv.com. And I like the idea of free entertainment to folks.
Yeah. Hey, Wendell, as an actor, when
of all the entertainment we have to pay for,
I had a question as an actor. If you're doing, and I assume there are extended scenes where you're just speaking into a phone, and when that happens, are there times where the other actor who is in a completely different setting is used to interact with you, or is there someone a lot of times who is just feeding you the lines that their character will say and you respond to that, or do you actually put the two actors together from time to time that way?
Very rarely do you get the two actors together. So, and so it really challenges your acting skills. Both actors, to realize how the conversation is going to go about. Now, to get timing, to get something real. There was an actor that I was working with the entire time in person who's giving me the lines, even before the actual actors who were doing the roles were doing it. They gave me somebody who was there. So we wanted to give it as much as an authentic, feel and give a natural flow as possible. So there was someone who was there with me, feeding me the lines and giving me the lines in real time. So that was cool. The only bad thing about it is, you kind of have to pull the reins up on them when they start overacting. I'm like, oh, man, you're not on camera. Don't roll. Just give me the line.
No, that's common, and there's loads of classic Hollywood stories. Like I remember on The Waterfront, Rod Steiger and Marlon Brando had that scene in the back of the limo, and they refused to be on set, and that can screw up a performance.
Oh yeah, oh man, Rod Steiger, he made it common knowledge that he wanted to kill Marlon Brando because as you shoot the scene, you do the master. And then when you do the other person's close-ups, you're just off camera,
right?
And they did Marlon Brando's first, and then when they turned around to Rod Steiger, Marlon Brando went home.
It's a wild story.
And the rest of his life, he said, "I wanted to kill him."
Yeah,
I was there for him as he was. I could have been a contender, and then when they turned it around on me, I had nobody. He was mad. So
yeah, as part of Hollywood legend. Well, let me ask you, Wendell. Your voice is so resonant. You're so good at what you do. But rumor has it that at one point you had a radio show where you played jazz music. Is that true?
Absolutely. I started my career in radio when I was 6 years old in New Orleans on WYLD, the Music FM, 20 minutes after the hour.
Oh, there it is. Wow. Nice.
Yeah. I loved it. And to this day, gentlemen, I actually just last year with a group of partners bought a black talk radio station in New Orleans, a legacy station that's gone back 70 years, WBOK.
Wow.
At 12:30 a.m. So I'm actually a media owner and own a radio station to this day. And I do a talk show, occasional talk show on there.
Okay,
that's great. That's awesome.
Profiles of Wendell Pierce. Yeah. So I love radio.
Oh, you've got that delivery. I know that well, man. That sounds great. That's excellent. And do you?
I know Preston and Steve.
Well, we're not on Jack Ryan, so we win.
Yeah. So there's that. Hey, am I correct, Wendell? Are you calling from Budapest as we speak?
Yes, I am. I'm in Budapest. We were shooting in Budapest. I've been here a year now, actually.
Wow.
Budapest and Prague. Shot in Athens. Shot in Vienna.
Wow.
Going all over Canary Islands. It's great to be in a espionage, international espionage show. The travel is great and all.
How about the food?
Right now,
How's the food around the world?
Good, man. You can get some bad ones too.
No doubt. I'm sure. Excellent.
Yeah, but no, it's good.
That's awesome. Well, listen, we're going to hip everybody to the fact that Don't Hang Up will be premiering on Sunday on Bounce at 8 p.m. You can find it online as well. And it looks great. It's got a great cast. Lauren Holly's in it.
Yeah.
And we're fans of you. So, and this type of scenario is just a great setup. And I love a good excitement, thrill ride. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. This is a really great action thriller. Don't Hang Up this Sunday. And then after that, you can catch it on bouncetv.com.
Excellent.
At any time. A free streaming service.
Rare thing these days. I love it. Thank you. All right, Wendell, great to talk to you. Good luck with everything, and we'll catch you in Jack Ryan as well. Wendell Pierce, guys.
Yeah.
Take care, sir. Thank you. All right, we'll see you. All right, Budapest. So, yeah, they're getting ready to shoot season 4. So season 3 is ready to go and is coming out. So as far as the Jack Ryan series goes.
So when Jack Ryan premiered, I'm like, John Krasinski, can I see this?
Right.
But I'd seen him in 13 Hours, and he badassed it up. And I'm like, but Jack Ryan has a little bit. The thing about Jack Ryan is he doesn't present as he's got this arsenal of stuff.
Right.
And he pulled it off. He's great.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He had training, but that was a while ago.
Yeah.
But these instincts kick in. I love that type of character.
How many
Absolutely
different actors have played Jack Ryan? Because Harrison Ford, Baldwin,
Ben Affleck,
right?
And you had
Krasinski,
Chris Pine. Did he? Yeah. Did Chris Pine play Jack Ryan?
There was like one of those lesser Clancy novels, Steve, that they made into a movie.
The Submarine. It was called.
Yeah, you're right. Chris Pine is in Jack Ryan something.
Jack Ryan School Days.
Wow.
Yes, but that's a character that keeps on giving.
Yep, I agree.
So whenever I hear the word Budapest, I always think of Black Widow and
Budapest.
Yeah. And I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't hint at what actually happened
in Budapest. Your recollection of mine.
Yeah.
Are two different things.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right, well, we got a couple minutes here, right?
Yeah.
All right, I want to make you feel terrible about your job.
Oh, great.
Oh, no.
There's a YouTuber has revealed that she now makes more than $1 million a month.
Oh. Good for her.
By sharing videos of herself eating to relax people.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Naomi Grace McRae is her name. She lives in Ontario and has amassed almost 8 million subscribers who can't get enough of videos showing her eating items such as an edible hairbrush, champagne bottle, or dish sponge.
These are all like things that she makes, right?
Yeah, so she is she's got an ASMR channel. It started off as that. It's called Honeybee. And she's been able to quit her job in the fitness industry and focus on making autonomous sensory meridian response videos, which is ASMR, which feature sounds that provoke and relax a pleasant sensation in the body.
$1 million a month.
It's insane.
For like TikTok videos.
And her videos are a spinoff of what they call the mukbang trend.
Yes, we talked about this.
It originates in South Korea, and it's content creators eating huge amounts of food on camera.
By the way, some of these videos are just absolutely disgusting because there are a couple of them, these mukbang girls. And they're most often women, and they're most often pretty attractive. There's one in particular that eats living things, like living seafood, like writhing squid and living. I mean, it's disgusting.
Oh, I didn't know that. I had not heard of that. Okay.
Nick, if you're familiar, right?
Yeah, I got introduced to it with that show that Jeff Goldblum hosts on Disney Plus. It's a great show. I've recommended it a few times, and he did it with a very attractive Korean TikToker and YouTube star. And they don't dive down that route, Steve. They go to a Korean market, and they it's foreign food, but it's not disgusting foreign food. But I know that like there's a market out there for the gross stuff too.
Wait a minute, is it for them to eat like a lot of stuff or just eat?
And well, it's mostly Korean delicacies, but yeah, I mean, especially because some of these Korean women are relatively petite,
like rail thin.
Yes. Yeah, they pack away quite a bit.
And very pretty. We're looking at the girl he's with. She's very pretty. Oh my God. All right, so anyhow,
these videos.
Would you do that, Kathy, for $1 million a month?
Oh yeah,
hell
$1 million a month.
Yes. She also makes sure that a lot of her creations are sugar-free and has a home gym and works out 3 times a week. She doesn't eat everything that's put out in front of her. She tries to stay in shape.
Yeah, like the one I'm watching now, it's like the healthiest food you could possibly get, and she's just eating it.
Naomi said that her first experience of ASMR came when watching a YouTuber named Gentle Whisper tapping on a mirror while whispering.
I'm tapping on a mirror.
She explained that she was interested in fitness and competed in bodybuilding bikini competitions before starting to make a living eating junk food.
I'm wiping my butt.
Before going to Christian College in California in search of a break, she admitted that she didn't believe starting her own YouTube channel would go anywhere. However, a chance encounter convinced her to order the gadgets that she needed to get a YouTube channel set up.
So besides an ASMR thing, is there anything that is sexual or kinky about this for some people?
There's got to be.
About the food thing?
Yes.
Maybe to some people.
Yeah.
It's doing 0 for me.
Yes.
We're watching a video in here where she's eating everything is
Frankly,
like blue or purple or whatever.
Her own creations. I hate watching people eat.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. ASMR in the chewing?
Yeah.
Some people,
She's got a big mic right next to her.
Some people hate that sound.
Well,
some
right,
people
but
find it. I forgot it's.
I'm one of them.
The technical term for it, but some people actually. I don't find it pleasant. I don't find it like ASMR. It doesn't trigger me. But some people, eating.
But I'm asking, so that's what it is, though. That's the sound in these videos because we're just watching them. I can't hear them. So it's her. You're actually hearing her chew.
I guess so.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's the big draw. That's what earns you $1 million a month.
Oh my God! Actually, I don't know. I could
Yeah.
Remember when we talked earlier about people working really, really hard for their money?
She's not one of them.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I
count
don't know.
here.
Look at all the food, Preston. It's all blue.
Oh my God, that must have taken half a day.
Yeah.
And how much you going to make in a day if you break it down to $1 million a month?
So what does that come down to? It's
You'd have
well
to do
worth
the
your
math.
time.
Divide $1 million by 30
Yeah,
and see what you get.
To dye your marshmallow peeps.
Yeah.
Wow.
She
Jesus
doesn't
Christ.
even have that. Is this her? No, this can't be her.
So her
How
name,
much could we sell the video of Kathy after she lost her taste?
Kathy, it's spelled HUNNIBEE.
Oh.
ASMR
I
channel.
see it. I see her.
And how many followers? She says she has like 8 million subscribers. God, that's crazy. It is such lightning in a bottle to end up getting a YouTube channel. I mean, listen, some of them it takes talent, but some of them it's a quirky little
Like the
thing.
feet stuff, man. The people that like subscribe to OnlyFans for foot fetish things, those usually women. I mean, you're a foot model, Preston.
You've done
you
this
could have
before.
done that.
Talk about
Give
that
it up.
anymore.
No, he was when he did it. It was mostly silent films.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell you this though. The funny thing is 8 million. Do you know how many broadcast network shows would kill?
Oh,
for
for an audience like that?
Yeah. Now, mind you, not every member of the audience is watching.
They're not.
Right. So
Yep.
it's a sort of Grays kind of atmosphere.
Yep, agreed. And some will subscribe and never go and watch it again. I have several channels I've subscribed to, and I haven't watched in years. Or just for whatever reason, I still have a subscription to them. But this is Honey Bee Eating. We have audio on this. Here we go.
Oh my God, no. No. Oh dear God.
Yeah, Kath, I don't like this either.
No, I'm out.
Yeah.
That's awful.
And so the thing is, too, is
Wait a second. Here's Nick eating. This should be a loop of Nick eating.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's you. Nick,
you could make so much money.
You're throwing money away.
When did Nick get a
every
Lambo?
time you eat.
How did I miss out on this?
Oh God, it's awful.
I hate that. I hate the pop top.
Ooh, I like that.
See, I hate that.
I like that sound.
And I hate the rapid fire, the hackneyed food preparation commercial with the goes in the pan.
Oh, really?
I was like, it's so hackneyed.
See, I like that stuff. I like that
so
stuff.
you have it, so you benefit from it.
But people chewing and eating and stuff, then no, that is not that doesn't trigger me.
What about a very juicy short? Play that. Does that make you feel good?
Oh God. Oh dear
No,
God.
it doesn't.
I have a semi.
That's not done on. I haven't seen that done on YouTube.
Is there anything? Is there any sound of any food being eaten that doesn't bother you? Okay.
I want people to chew with their mouths closed.
No.
I want them. I am so acutely aware, like in a quiet theater, I will chew very quietly. I don't want to. I don't like that.
It's so bad for me though that even when somebody is chewing with their mouth closed, they're actively chewing with their mouth closed. If I can still hear it, I'm like, why is that happening? I don't understand what's going on. Like, and listen, I know the person's just eating. I get it, but it's still, to me, I want to leave.
Do you start getting a little bit mad at them?
I just don't.
Casey, doesn't your brother get mad for people that eat?
Yeah, it's a disorder.
Yeah, it is.
It is a
legitimate.
It is.
I wish I could remember the name of it, but it's a straight up disorder, and he can't help it. But I'll tell you what, when I wanted to get under his skin, it was great.
Yeah, that was a bullet in your gun.
We had assigned seats at the dinner table, and he had to be without an arm's reach of
From
me.
you.
Yeah.
Misophonia.
Misophonia. That's
So
it.
wait, what would you do? Chew with your mouth open?
Oh, anything. Like sip really, really loud,
Yeah,
chew with my mouth open. Yeah, anything like that. Because listen, I couldn't, physically, he was way stronger than me always. And so there was never a chance I could ever beat him up. Yeah. And so I had to I could only attack him that way.
Question, would he, while you were doing that, start scraping his utensils?
Oh, my God.
Because that's yours.
It reminds me of a movie where, what is that movie where they're all trying to do these things to bother each other all at the same time?
Well, in Step Brothers, there's a scene where they're doing that around the table, where they're all trying to get under each other's skin.
Yeah. But Casey, that's your trigger. In a bad way, you hate that sound.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Yeah. So at any given point in time, at our household, while we're eating dinner, I'd be slurping my iced tea, and my brother would be scratching his teeth with his.
Kathy, on the other side of things, on my ASMR, which is preferred sounds, things that I love. With this last time I flew down to Florida to visit my mom, and I got stuck in a middle seat, and I'm like, oh, that's just fantastic, great. But the woman next to me broke out her laptop. And she had nails, and she started typing.
Let me ask you.
And I'm just sitting there going, oh, just please keep doing that. Please keep doing that. Please keep doing that. It was so nice.
Sometimes when we're in an interview, Preston, on the show, and Kathy's got her manicured nails.
I love it.
And you'll hear in the background, I don't know if you know that you can hear.
Yep. And I personally.
Do you start to zone out when you hear that?
Sound a little bit. Yeah, I do. For a moment, I'm like, just let me take that in for a second.
He's like that guy at Starbucks in Florida.
Oh yeah, right. But part of me is also like, Kathy, don't freaking type while we're in the middle of doing an interview.
Turning me on.
Jesus.
Hey, do you want to listen to Honeybee talk? We've already listened to her eat. We have a sound.
Sure.
We have all right.
All right, here we go.
Hi guys.
Oh,
shut
see
up.
now, I don't like the whispering. I don't like the whispering part of ASMR. I don't like it. Some
so
people
that annoys
love it.
you.
Yeah. I do not like it.
I like whispering too.
The hell is she saying?
I hate
Hang up. How about this, Preston?
Your balls are showing.
That turns me on.
Kreischer and Tom Segura had on their podcast not that long ago a very attractive, very buxom woman who does that type of thing, Preston, and it's the whispering, and she is enormously popular, in part because she's very physically attractive as well. But I don't know if you remember, I think I sent you a link to it, and so it's funny that the whispering turns you off.
Yeah.
But other aspects of that type of speak are appealing to you.
So that's why there are ASMR selected videos that you can get that says no whispering.
Oh, wow.
Because
that'll drive people crazy.
I'm not the only one. So like I'll go for keyboard sounds, no talking. Or another one that I love is they'll actually simulate you getting a haircut. Okay, so they'll use an omnidirectional microphone. And they'll be clipping and using the razors and things like that, but it'll move around in your headphones. So it sounds like they're actually cutting your hair. I love that, man. That's one of the things I love going to get my hair cut. If they'll just shut up and let me enjoy those sounds, it's the best.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh yeah.
So there's a woman who ends up on Instagram and TikTok. She's popped up on social media. She is a voiceover artist. She doesn't do the
right.
She just talks very clearly, and she has a very I
might like that.
A very sweet voice. That's something that would work for you.
Yes, probably. Or you could just have the Kardashians vocal fry. Oh my God, I can't stand that. That Kardashian, the new show teaser. It starts off with, we just haven't had the cameras around in so long.
I started to watch, again, I had a cat on my lap and moved from Wheel of Fortune into Bachelor last night, which for some insane reason was in, Iceland? And so they're there, and then they're talking to the women, Preston. Every one of them is like this. Wrong answer. I'm being torn apart.
I don't understand why people talk like that.
Oh, I hate it.
I'm going to go to, hang on, Chris hates something. Hi, Chris. Good morning. Yeah. It's a good try.
So we understand.
Yeah, all right.
Not bad.
So,
What's up, Chris?
I was torn between the and the big dogs running.
I can give you that one too. Wait a second.
All right.
Big dogs running, big dogs out.
What's up?
Your fun fact of the day is the technical term for chewing is called masticating.
Yes.
Masticating.
That's
yes.
like the guy in the Wawa.
Correct.
Or
Yes.
the Starbucks.
He was in Starbucks just masticating. What? I'm just masticating over here.
And in terms of noises that also might be quite irritating, I don't know how much I can say. You have the sound of beverages being poured.
Yes.
Definitely makes my blood boil.
So you hate that?
Okay.
Wow.
The gling, 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 gling. Right.
You have a certain two very popular drinks being advertised, and for a certain large fast food chain, trying to be safe here, and it's bad, dude.
Yeah, no. Sometimes, listen, and it's a common tactic in commercials. So for many people, they hear that and they go, "Oh my God, that sounds so good. That sounds so refreshing." But you can't love every sound. You can't love everything. So and that's just the way you react. You can't change who you are.
That's so funny.
I'll give you an example of one that I love that is of a pouring of a beverage. The sound, thank you, by the way, Chris, is in the movie Django Unchained. It's near the beginning, and they go into a bar, and Christoph Waltz is pouring beer from the tap,
right.
and he scrapes the foam off the top. I could just watch that on repeat. It just, I don't know why.
Well, there's a whole other group of those sensory videos, which are the making like red vines or candy or chocolate or
really?
Yeah, so mechanical
visually. Okay, yeah,
carving cheese.
That's why how it's made. Part of that is an appeal to that. Or do you remember those? Oh man, it was on on the public television. They used to show all kinds of, they would go to the Lay's potato chip factory.
Here's how they do it.
And just show them making that stuff.
There's a lot of reels that end up on my my Instagram feed where it's usually in Asian countries where they're cutting these oranges that just for some reason or another, when they peel it and they cut it, it's just so visually appealing to me. Yeah. And I it's not like I follow any of these people. I don't know how this ended up happening on my Instagram, but like all these things end up on my feed.
There was an account where, it shows people that have the ability to like cut up vegetables really fast or process things like on a conveyor belt where they would just go really, 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 and it was all over the world. But they were just able to do things very, very quickly and cool.
For some reason, it's always oranges. I don't know why it's oranges or different variations of oranges.
It's weird how this stuff happens and what does it. So the fact that people whispering would like for you, Preston, would drive you crazy. Yeah. And yet something's just a tick away from that can provide comfort and give you a boner.
There's a weird food. I mean, the food itself isn't weird, but for some reason, I really don't mind the sound of it being chewed, and that is the sound of a crunchy pickle. Like a crunchy pickle, I don't mind hearing that crunch.
To eat a crunchy pickle now for you.
So that's the exception.
Yeah, something along those lines. A crunchy pickle, maybe a carrot.
That's a band name.
Crunchy pickle. Maybe a carrot or like a nice crispy green pepper or something like that. I don't mind the crunch sound of
Cucumber?
that. Yeah. I mean,
right.
it's essentially a pickle, right?
I'm looking for something. I had a
You have
text.
a pickle there?
While you look, we have the beer scene from Django if you want to listen to it.
Sure, yeah, here we go.
Despite that cart, I haven't practiced dentistry in 5 years.
He scrapes it off.
But these days, I practice a new profession. Bounty hunter. Do you know what a bounty hunter is?
I love that. Wow. I love that sound. I don't know why. I do. Somebody texts in, there's a commercial where they can't stand hearing it's someone brushing their teeth.
Oh, I don't mind that.
You wouldn't mind that?
No, I don't mind. Yeah.
Kathy, how about you?
No.
That wouldn't bother you?
Oh, no, yeah, it would. I don't think I'd like
What
that.
about brushing a horse?
Yeah, no. I'm out on that.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I'm brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
That's my skull.
You got to go like, yeah.
I love doing that.
Yeah.
I love doing that sort of, yeah.
Casey was cutting his nails in the studio the other day, and I was like,
She freaked out.
Are you cutting your nails in here? He was like, I'm over a trash can. And I was like, okay.
My mom,
the idea of him cutting his nails.
My mother nearly left my father because of that.
Yeah,
Like there was,
yeah.
he has to go into another room or leave the house anytime he trims his nails anywhere because it drives her absolutely
Well,
insane.
also, you have to hold control of your nail shards.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
for her, it's the sound. I don't know. Like it has nothing to do with the bits of nail that end up on the floor. It's the sound of the clipping.
Your dad's calling his friend to see if he can come over to his house and trim his nails, his toenails. Wow. Well, we've all got our things, and yeah, but this woman is making $1 million a month.
It's nuts.
She's not particularly attractive. She's okay. But what she does color coding of the food, and she makes a lot of these sort of, I guess they're like gelatin brushes and things of that nature.
Yeah, so I guess it's not just audio wise, like ASMR are for her.
Yeah,
this mukbang thing has to do with seeing people eating, putting that food into their mouth.
Oh yeah, because she'll do the right at the front of her mouth. She'll like
yeah, the bite down.
Yeah, like and this gelatin stuff, like you can see into her mouth
Yes.
while she's eating it. It's very, very strange. But and she puts like giant amounts of food in front of her, like mounds of food in front of her. There's got to be some kind of weird fantasy thing.
It is
that
more
goes
than
on to
ju-
the people who are into that.
Preston, it's more than just the sound. So here she's eating McDonald's,
right?
And everything is very sort of. She's almost like a dancer in the way she's doing her hand gestures.
Yeah, like
and
she's pointing to the sauces very elegantly.
Does she have videos of it eventually leaving her body?
That's
next.
That's different.
All right. Well, listen, we need to take a break. We're going to do that now. We'll come back in a second. And bizarre file stories are what we will have for you next. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston.
Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep
are sick.
Although after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
Vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have
mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so it's all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the musculoskeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
So your
natural painkillers
Okay,
that are in your
okay.
body. Well, also, we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? Say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back, and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because this could be. I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture's cool.
It's great. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question. Can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh, wow.
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back,
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
maybe halfway.
Oh, dear God.
That's fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone saying, "Oh my God"? Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be
Kathy.
challenging for you. I think.
will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here,
so we'll dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The first one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. We can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know. Most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's having to look at it.
You offer $500?
$500.
Yeah. So Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is as it's done. I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny. Okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier
okay.
today.
All right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos.
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please
but
do
his,
it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two,
Yeah.
Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
There. Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer. No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
Don't
it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look
That's
for
a
you.
sexy look on you.
Jesus. You looked much better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
Thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes they irritate after a while.
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today, and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said, we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago, and I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've created, actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it, and sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio, and if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very
All right,
much.
so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've
and
never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's
that's
kinda-
yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's.
I don't want that one.
Just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into a
big
bag.
bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
Wow, that one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a
Maroon.
burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm gonna.
Come on,
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are two
Well,
remaining.
I-
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got like turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got a race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on!
And it's taken a full length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey's slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner.
Woo!
All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Yeah, it is brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Right now, only from Horizon, you can buy a new heating and cooling system and get up to $1,000 off. Installed as soon as tomorrow, or it is free. Visit horizonservices.com/easybook to book in 30 seconds. All right, we'll start with this story. The North Carolina woman who had been fighting to be allowed to keep her license plate that said fart on it said the Division of Motor Vehicles says she can keep the plate, just not on her vehicle.
well, that's kind of dumb.
Carly Cindy of Asheville said that she originally applied for the fart vanity plate as a joke and was surprised when it arrived in the mail. But she later got a letter from the DMV saying that the plate had been issued in error and is actually banned by the state. The DMV gave Cindy the opportunity to appeal the decision, so she formed the Friends of Asheville Recreational Tales, or FART, F-A-R-T, to help her argument. The DMV ultimately decided that she could keep the plate, but it wouldn't be legal for her to have it on her truck any longer. She says she plans to keep hosting FART events, even though the saga of her license plate has ended.
So I guess each state can determine what they consider valid on a license plate?
Correct.
All right.
So they have their list of things that are considered, keeping you down, man. So high tea took on a whole new meaning for Andrew Hughes and his climbing crew. The group of adventurers held a tea party at 21,312 feet above sea level at Mount Everest's Camp 2 in Nepal last year, setting a new Guinness World Record, which is officially recognized by Guinness this month for the highest tea party ever held. Hughes, a self-described high-endurance athlete from Seattle, said that he first had the idea of Tea Party earlier in the pandemic when COVID-19 travel restrictions and shutdowns meant expeditions were not possible. He said the isolation made him realize he missed the community more than the summits. And he said the greatest things in life are often those shared. And he added that the feat, which was held in May of last year, will inspire others to seek their own dreams no matter the heights. According to a news release, Hughes' highest of high tea parties exceeded the previous mark by thousands of feet in altitude and was full of complexities, including carrying supplies through the treacherous Khumbu ice falls.
Yeah.
One of those added complexities was a huge snowfall brought on by a massive storm the day of the planned tea party. Other issues were coordinating the logistics of hauling the extra supplies, including Girl Scout cookies that Hughes brought from Seattle up Mount Everest. The supplies had to withstand flying across the world, being transported to base camp strapped to a yak, and then carried in backpacks traversing an unforgiving terrain, which included frozen waterfalls to Camp 2.
Strapped to a yak? How did they get back?
Without cookies turning to crumbs, the release said. In the end, the extra effort was worth it. The record will forever be immortalized and unforgettable. An experience in my life, he said, according to Hughes, who went on to reach the summit of Everest about 2 weeks later after a failed attempt in 2019.
So they've never had a tea party on the space station, is what you're telling me.
Ooh, good
or,
point,
Casey, a fondue party at the top of Mount Rainier.
We could do that, maybe. Something we could pull
Nick
up.
can show us the way.
The highest fondue party.
Yeah.
A Virginia teen was surprised when her dad, who she hadn't seen in years, made his last child support payment with 80,000 pennies. What a douchebag.
Come on, man. It's for your kid.
But listen to what she did. 18-year-old Avery Sanford said that she was in the middle of her class when he pulled up in a trailer and dumped the pennies in the street in front of her house. She said, my mom walked outside when it was happening. She didn't recognize him at first, and she asked, what are you dumping on my lawn? And he said, it's your final child support payment. And that's when she realized who it was. But once Sanford and her mom finished picking up the pennies, they decided to turn the bad situation into a positive and by donating every penny to Safe Harbor, a domestic abuse shelter. She said, turning around and donating that money to moms and children in need just really turns the situation into a positive one. Learning a lesson of her own, Sanford said the incident showed her that she made the right but tough decision to stay clear of her dad, adding that she doesn't want a relationship with someone who disrespects her mom.
They're good people, but I'd still have to give them an upper decker.
It is really hurtful, she said, and damaging to your kids when you do things like that. And it doesn't matter how old your kids are. It doesn't matter if they're a young child or an adult. The actions of your parents will always have some effect on you. So just a complete a-hole of a human being, but they've turned it into a positive thing. 2 murder suspects were arrested in Southern California after a man's body was found encased in concrete in a bathtub in one of Hawaii's most exclusive gated communities. Police investigating a missing persons case entered a home on Tuesday where they encountered a strong smell of coffee coming from a bathtub. The tub was filled with concrete and covered with coffee grounds. Lieutenant Dina Thomes said the body was in a standalone tub and it was in a state of decomposure once we chipped away the concrete mixture. The coffee smell was later overpowered by the decomposing body, she said. Police had been at the home the day before in response to a missing persons report. Police questioned a 23-year-old man who claimed to live there. He and a 34-year-old man with him were allowed to leave after determining there were no signs of foul play outside of the home.
Seems
Police
wild.
later determined the 23-year-old man had been in an intimate relationship with the victim, so he's 23, right?
Right.
73-year-old owner of the home.
God.
Yep, one of those. The 23-year-old man and 34-year-old man were last seen in Waikiki last Tuesday.
Say the word fart.
The U.S.
I like that.
The U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force determined that they had fled Oahu to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Juan Teodor Barron and Scott Hannon were later located and arrested in Southern California. Barron was taken into custody on a Greyhound bus in Anaheim that was headed for Mexico. He was found hiding in a crawl space under an enclosed bench at the rear of the bus. Barron had pulled back a metal plate near the bus's rear bathroom and crawled under the enclosed bench seat. Hannon was apprehended in Inglewood. Both suspects were booked into Los Angeles Detention Center. So they had, I assume, what you think is they won over this person's trust.
Right.
And then this guy pretends like he's in love with her.
There we
and
go.
They kill for the money or whatever reason, which is pretty messed up.
That's a mob tactic, cement.
Yep. All right. And that's it. That's where we're going to end the B file for now, my friend. We will take a break. Don't forget, we have a secret, we have a Tuesday. Tomorrow's secret text story. So if you want a Preston and Steve tattoo, text the word tattoo to 39333. We're going to be giving that away shortly. We'll come back in a moment and we will get the lesson question, trash, and music news. So stay with us, please. Oh, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew WK.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning. Difficult.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose, and you're good to go.
But generally, you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable, and I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
Yeah. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was a kid.
Did you?
Yes.
You and
Now,
Mr. Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I just
that's
can't
the point.
let them. Oh.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew, if you haven't seen it, on YouTube. You can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces, is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making,
Gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar.
Which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
We just made another one, too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes. Literally, it's just days old. It's still very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose, did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, hey, that looks kind of cool?
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And obviously you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel universe as well. Got to tell you, man, though, Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million. My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking Aces and Narc and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million,
which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
That's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
Like a high.
Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but you when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, and Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like if
not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't have happened.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save as an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. Doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been a Wolf Warrior 1. It was very successful, made like $100 million. And they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah.
They said, go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really... And so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
It's like the highest...
It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah,
what?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all shot in China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing.
Yeah.
You got to realize globally where this movie falls into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States,
right?
And there's I mean, there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. Their movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is a
I mean, this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So, like Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and you're known for you're sort of a bad guy, and
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah,
oh,
I was
that's
in China. I didn't think anybody was going to see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman.
Take them all. You can take them one. 215-263-WMMR. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, while we're waiting for that call, we'll do these stories. What's going on, Steve?
Well, this is interesting. A new network called GAC Family has hired away a number of Hallmark Channel actors, including Danica McKellar and Jen Lilly, to compete with their own Christmas movies. GAC says two of their holiday titles include A Benedict Arnold Christmas and I'll Be Stabbing You in the Back for Christmas.
Wow.
Hey!
Kristen Stewart telling Gold Derby magazine that if she would ever consider playing Princess Diana again after playing her in Spencer, Stewart says she could be convinced, but only if the new movie included the fast-paced, high-octane world of street racing.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Melissa Joan Hart saying the long-awaited reboot of Clarissa Explains It All will probably not be happening. Apparently, the reboot was deemed too sad as the aging, brain-addled Clarissa couldn't even explain why she often crapped in the hamper.
Whoa.
That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, to the phones we go for the answer to this question. When it comes to Casey's DVDs, you can either take them all or you can what? I will go to Dan and see if we can get it. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy. According to Casey's DVDs, you can either take them all or...
You can take them none.
Take them none. That is correct. All right, hang on, Dan. You just got yourself 4-pack of tickets for the Filling Home Show, March 18th through the 20th, March 18th through the 20th, and then the 25th through the 27th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. More information and discount tickets, you can go to PhillyHomeShow.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. And you can schedule their full service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds guaranteed. So the big news in our area, and for fans of the band, Pearl Jam announced a tour yesterday, and they're coming to our area. Wednesday, September 14th at the Waterfront Music Pavilion, formerly the BB&T Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey. For tickets, you must register by Sunday, March 27th if you want to be eligible to buy tickets starting March 29th. That's how that works, Nick?
It's a new system. It's designed specifically to keep scalpers out. So this is for fans, and it's an effort by Ticketmaster, which is kind of ironic, and Pearl Jam and other bands as well to give fans access to tickets. All the information you need is up on WMMR.com and PrestonandSteve.com. And it's really cool that they added this show. They basically rescheduled the entire tour from 2020 for 2022, and they added a few dates, including our area.
I was asking you because, and you reminded me that yes, they have played there before, but that is a by a couple of thousand smaller venue than they usually play.
Well,
right?
it's bigger.
Is it?
Yeah, I think that venue holds 25 to 30.
Does it?
The most that you can fit in the Wells Fargo Center is about 21. So they can they can add a few thousand more there, and that's probably the reason why. They haven't done an outdoor show in that venue since 2008.
I mean, obviously we love it, but
They could do the link easily, right?
Oh, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
I don't think Coldplay doing the link. You don't think Pearl Jam could?
I think Coldplay probably sells more tickets than Pearl Jam. But I'm not
Coldplay
sure.
crosses format lines a little bit because they can go into kind of an adult contemporary as opposed to just rock, and they dabble in alt rock as well.
Well, I mean, the Foo Fighters are doing Link in June. Or
That's
July,
true.
July, I should say.
But they're rock, and they kind of, that's a good question.
Coldplay's a bunch of pussies.
There you go. You heard it right there. All public ticket sales will be via Ticketmaster verified fan registration. Register now through Sunday, March 27th. At the verified fan on sale begins Tuesday, March 29th at 10 a.m. Now, there is also a special pre-sale for current eligible Pearl Jam 10 Club members, and you had to have been a member as of Sunday, March 13th, the day before they announced this.
Yeah. How long have you been a 10 Club member?
Oh, probably 97, 98, something like that.
Have the benefits always been consistent, or have they waned from year to year?
They're great. They give you music every year, and for when they tour, access to tickets is it's a good positive.
All right.
How much are tickets going to be, do you think?
That's a good question, in case I don't know.
By the way, Josh Klinghoffer's solo project, Pluralone, is going to open for Pearl Jam on this tour.
I've heard two different pronunciations. I've heard Plural One and Pluralone.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
I thought it was a combination of the word plural and alone, meaning so many and singular.
You could be right.
But it'd be the same thing, plural and one.
Yeah, I
would
really
mean
don't
the
know.
same thing, too.
And Josh joined the band as a touring member, and he was with Eddie's solo tour that was in New York, New Jersey, and a few other dates as well.
Okay, plural one.
So technically Pearl Jam.
And Klinghoffer will also join Pearl Jam as a touring member on these dates, too. So he's going to be pulling double duty, which is really interesting.
Yeah, you were right, Preston.
What is it? Plural one. No, I guess Nick was correct, because I had said plural alone. So I guess it says
I wasn't listening.
You're alone.
Plural one. All right. Anyhow.
Is it Rail one?
No. We have another story.
I like that, though.
Jack White is calling on all major labels to build their own vinyl recording pressing plants. He just released a video telling labels that there are supply chain issues and bottlenecks in manufacturing. And he says that at least once a week, someone reaches out asking for help to expedite pressing of their vinyl record. He said, with industry-wide turnaround times for vinyl currently leaning towards the length of a human pregnancy, it's obvious in a world so contingent on being of the moment and time just right for a single, an album, a tour, etc. These timelines are the killers of momentum, soul, artistic expression, and far too often livelihoods. Jack White's label Third Man Records began a concentrated focus on vinyl in 2009 and press all of their own albums. And then finally, coming out on May 20th is The Police, Around the World, Restored and Expanded on DVD, CD, Blu-ray, and digital, pressed on silver vinyl as well. The legendary live travelogue was originally available on VHS and Laserdisc, with the film now seeing release on DVD and Blu-ray for the first time, and with a restored picture and remastered audio, as well as a complete performance of 4 bonus songs featured in the documentary.
You gonna get it?
Yeah, I remember watching this way back when. My buddy Keith, who turned me on to the Police, and it was probably 1986, 1987. He showed me this video. If it's what I'm pretty sure that's what this was, and it was obviously the early days of them touring, and it's great. The Police Around the World, restored and expanded, includes never before released live audio on CD and LP, boasting songs from their first 2 albums recorded in Japan, Hong Kong, and England.
Technically, it's police.
As guitarist Andy Summers wrote in the collector's liner notes, like Napoleon, we wanted the world. Out of the messy and fervent atmosphere in London, at that time we conceived the idea to go all around the world and film the whole adventure. As far as we knew, no rock band, at least, had ever done that, and we had just about enough popularity to get booked around the globe. Plans were made. So that's what this is about. Pretty cool. And that is what I have in music news.
Nice.
Let's take a break, come back, wrap it up, and your last chance to get in on the President Steve Tattoo for Tattoos Day. Text word tattoo to 39333. Find out if you win when we get back. Stay there.
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow. Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
I don't know. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man.
That uniform's too freaking cool.
No, he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're going to have to change the Avengers. They're getting a little long in the tooth.
Can I ask a question?
When they first get their AARP card,
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth, was that makeup spit or was that your...
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's so fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish Chris Evans.
He's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of they were all there. Every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow. I think I would cry if I was in the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. All right, let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who is
ricocheted off the ceiling,
who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry IV.
The Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got of both families are delighted with the news.
What?
Ringo and Benny Hill. Step it up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker. So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each kid.
Yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, is reportedly, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents
to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and well, getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just know that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
what is that?
Give me a little
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we've been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often
as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for him?
Yeah, I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel looks
comes
scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more
All right.
calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay. But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace your
the one
clown with
trade-off.
smoking.
Yeah.
Mel,
replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. What would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay, and what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel,
Yeah.
you okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
we should ever.
Do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't need. Or Hoffney. I'm not sure how you say it. Hoffney. She is from Willow Grove, and she's going to get a President Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And it's presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Artwork samples, check those out, floatingworldtattoos.com, or just do a little search on Instagram at Floating World Tattoo. So we'll give her a $350 gift certificate. And if you missed out, don't worry. We'll do it again next week. We'll have your chance to win then. Thank you to our guest, Mr. Wendell Pierce. Yay! Who is on. Wendell is in a film which is called Don't Hang Up. Lauren Holly is in it as well. And as he was saying, it's on Bounce, which you can go to bouncetv.com. Bounce is a free streaming service, and this is original content for there. So pretty cool.
So I wonder what it is on Xfinity. I assume it's up, or maybe it's just an app. We'll find out, but it's very cool.
Do a quick
free
search.
is good.
He was a nice guy. And he also revealed that Jack Ryan, the third season, will be premiering later this year.
October.
Yes. And then they're looking at a fourth season as well. It's been approved for a fourth season, which is great news. It's such a good show. I'll have to go back and watch those first two seasons because they were excellent. All right, we need to do the letter of the day. Casey, put it in your hands.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
You, as in underrated.
All right, and you now have 2 letters. 3 more to go. We're going to give away a 4-pack of pit tickets to see the Black Keys and an autographed drumhead. MMR rocks the Black Keys Saturday, July 30th at Waterfront Music Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and complete details at WMMR.com, including the video for their new song, Wild Child, if you would like to check that out. I will take this moment to thank the fine sponsors of the Preston and Steve Show. Our program has been brought to you today by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow, we are going to do our Wednesday thing, Fox Good Day, secret text word. Donnell Rawlings will be joining us.
Donnell's great.
And also, Jim Jackson, JJ, as we're getting ready for Claude Giroux's 1,000th game on Thursday. And we'll do more tickets for a suite that we have catered.
And I think G's going to give us calls tomorrow as well.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right, and I think we have an autographed jersey to give away.
Do indeed, yeah.
With amongst our winners for the suite. So that is it. We're done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We will see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.